funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Put you one time. Kick it. What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey-o. Hey, good afternoon. Welcome. Greetings. High fives and fist bumps and all that. Welcome. My name is Alan Cox. Thanks very much for being here. Appreciate it. Say hi to Rob Anthony.
Hey, what's up, man?
He is there, too, and here. He's there and here. He's everywhere. The ubiquitous Mr. Anthony. That's the name of his autobiography. Out, what, paperback next year? Pendant Publishing?
Probably. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Not sure on the dates yet, but we're working on it.
All right. Well, there's a lot of people who self-publish. Ever go on Amazon and look at the books that people self-publish? There's a lot of, like, weirdo romance fan fiction and stuff. Somebody wrote a book about, God, I was just reading an article on it the other day. Somebody wrote a book on, instead of werewolves, cheese, where hot dudes would turn into cheese.
What?
I don't know. Because people will self-publish these lusty books where, they're having sex with wood sprites or something. There's a lot of lonely people out there, and I guess that they, I don't know, that's how they view the world. There's a lot of self-published books on Amazon. You might be listening right now, and you might have one. You go, oh, I'm a best-selling author.
The Ware Cheese book had to have come from Wisconsin, I would have just assumed.
Maybe, yeah,
right?
Maybe. I mean, listen, as far as I understand, cheese is quite popular globally.
Oh,
so
yes.
I don't know, cave-aged in a lot of places. But yeah, here in the United States, America's Dairyland, those were the license plates I saw growing up. In northern Illinois. We were the land of Lincoln on our license plates, but of course right next door in Wisconsin, it was America's Dairyland. And anywho, welcome. If you want to join us on the phone, 216-578-1007, 800-348-1007. Send me a text for something, 35192. You can listen to us on the iHeartRadio app. Last couple of days, for whatever reason, and I'm working with our digital department on this, it has chopped off the very first segment of the show. So if you're listening on the app, hopefully you're hearing us talk right now. Of course, this will be later on. You'll be listening to this. But if you don't hear any of this because the thing, for whatever reason, chopped off the very first segment, what can I tell you? You won't hear it anyway. Alan, I'm a local postal worker, and thank you. Your mediocrity has helped me get through so many days of carrying mail. Hate the show. Keep trying your best. See, that is the kind of verbal high five I need to really get me shot out of a cannon at the top of the show. That's what I appreciate. Thank you so much. What did I say yesterday? It's harder to stay number one than to get to number one, right? This is the number one show in the afternoon, and it's difficult to stay there. And this person, recognizing my level of mediocrity, there's always something to strive for, and that, there's always somebody that's trying to do something. So thank you there. We neglected, by the way, to mention the Cavs All-Star voting, and I'm confused by this flyer. The Cavs were kind enough to drop some swag off for Rob and I a couple of days ago, and it's what's to let everybody know that, of course, the voting for the All-Star voting period begins on Sunday. And no, I'm sorry, it is happening now, right?
Yeah, it ends on the 20th.
Oh, it ends on the
Monday.
20th. Oh, I see. I was reading this all wrong. They say there will be 6 days where your vote will count 3 times. one of which is today, and then on the 20th. But the front of it says Best to the Bay. Well, what am I missing there? What is Best
Just
to the Bay?
to send our best to the All-Star game.
It's in San Francisco?
I'm not sure where it is. I believe so. I mean, it must be if that's the case.
Okay, send our best to the Bay.
Yep.
NBA All-Star Game 2025 at the Chase Center in San Francisco.
There you have it.
On Sunday, February the 16th. All right. I thought this was like some kind of inside comment that I was not hip to, but I'm like, well, we're on a lake, so it couldn't, I live in Bay Village, so I knew that this wasn't geotagged to me, like yours had Medina on it. I knew it wasn't that. Okay, it's in San Francisco.
Yep.
San Francisco.
And there's 4 Cavs up for the All-Star team. You got Darius Garland, Evan Mobley, Jared Allen, and Donovan Mitchell. So get on there and vote for those guys.
You can vote once per day on the NBA app or at NBA.com. And voting ends on Monday, but today and Monday are one of the 6 days where your vote will count 3 times. 3 times as much. They weight your votes today and on Monday. Best to the Bay. There you go. Congratulations to them. We have some bureau chiefs in San Francisco. People who live there, they don't call it Frisco. Boy, if you are in San Francisco and you call it Frisco, you might as well be wearing a tourist hat on your. They call it the city. They're very deferential to all of the other metropolitan areas around the country. San Francisco, they call themselves the city, right? Chicago, the second city. They go, okay, we get it. We know our place in the, but San Francisco, the city.
Do they actually refer to it as the second city in Chicago?
Well, I mean, for marketing purposes, obviously Second City is there, but people don't walk around like, yeah, Second City, am I right?
Yeah.
But
like hats would it be on hats and things like that? T-shirts?
No, that's more like Chi-Town.
Okay.
Still some Chirac is hanging on. No, not so much, because I think that's trademarked too. So I think that Second City sells that stuff.
Okay.
You got to go up to their theater and then you can buy the merch. But no, the city. You're talking like what CLE Clothing does here?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't think I've ever seen a T-shirt or any article of clothing that says the Second City on it.
Like the rest of the country calls Boston Beantown, but you would never in a million
Not
years
in
say
Boston,
that there.
no.
No.
Nope. What would they say there?
Boston? I mean,
just Boston.
Yeah, and everybody that lives in those suburbs just says they're from Boston.
Yeah. Beantown.
Yeah.
Yeah, I live in Beantown.
Yeah, Beantown. Something to really be proud of.
I was checking the weather for the next few days. That polar vortex is coming through next week, and it's going to be a lot of fun. I mean, listen, it's Ohio. It's the wintertime. The high on Tuesday is going to be 1. So just this is the time of the year where it's probably fun to be a weather person on television, because you just get to make everything sound so dramatic. And listen, for a lot of people, it can be. I mean, it's no joke when it gets that cold. But the high Tuesday is going to be 1. How about that? The polar vortex. I don't think we're going to see anything north of 20 degrees all next week. So that'll be fun.
And it's a royal sack tap with today and tomorrow being up around 40, right? Like you're like, okay, I can deal with this. This is kind of nice.
Yes.
Maybe put on a T-shirt, go outside. Snow's melting. Yeah, no, don't get used to it. We're going to crush you starting Sunday.
Well, but think about the week after this coming week. I mean, even if it's going to be 32 degrees, it'll feel downright balmy. So I like to think of it kind of glass half full. So, yeah, the high on Monday will be 5. The high on Tuesday will be 1. And I, people love the wind chill thing too. Here's what it feels like. Don't tell me what it feels like. You don't know me. You don't know my life. Well, it's going to feel like it's negative 24. You don't know how I feel. Like Tom Petty. You don't know how it feels to be me. Don't tell me what the temperature's going to feel like. Just tell me what it measures out to. I don't understand it feels like this. What are you trying to tell me, to bring a sweater? Okay, fine. Then I'll do that. I'll bring a sweater. They're going to inaugurate Trump inside.
I saw
They
that.
haven't done this in 40 years because it's going to be so cold. And everybody's dunking on him, calling him a pussy. But I'm like, I wouldn't want to be out there either. First of all, he doesn't care. Inside, they probably have to spend a lot less money on, snipers and fences and crap. Just move it all inside. They should do that all the time. Doesn't matter what the weather is. They just inaugurate the president inside. Why doesn't, it's not like he's going to draw some huge crowd. For the first time in 40 years, the president will be sworn in inside the Capitol Rotunda. It sounds insulting.
Who was the last one?
Don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
40 years ago would have
Ronald
been
Reagan? Yeah, Reagan in 1985 because of very cold weather.
So that would have been his second term then, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
But they might come to the conclusion that this is great. They go, hey, we don't have to worry about as much, we have to cover as much area outside. Just move it all inside, and then we'll go from there. The high on Monday is supposed to be 22 there in D.C., and so they're going to move it inside. 1985, Reagan was inaugurated inside the Capitol Rotunda, and they're going to do it again on Monday.
I think it's pretty cool.
I mean, yeah.
I've never seen it.
No, I haven't either. And then, of course, they have all the inaugural balls on Monday night. But obviously, those are already inside.
Every one of them play AC/DC when they walk in.
I think it's probably all going to be Village People. Village People said that they're supposedly performing at the inaugural. And so we'll find out. Carrie Underwood and a bunch of other people. So, okay, I've got to take a break. There's more money for you to be had. The Buzzard Bookie is handing out $1,000 an hour. 2:30 is that next keyword. You get them about 30 past every hour. So the last handful of those for the week. And then I'll have last pairs of tickets for all the shows we've been doing this week, too. 35192, and it text me for anything, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart
iHeart.
Open your free iHeart app and search Lots to Say with Bobby Bones and Matt Castle and start listening.
Authors say to write what you know, which is why he remains unpublished.
How can you know nothing about anything?
Alan Cox.
That hack knows absolutely nothing.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I got so much feedback yesterday after we just kind of fell into a conversation about an Alan Cox Show signature drink, and I called it the labia roller coaster, and I don't know why. Those are the two words that were in my brain at the time, but nevertheless, got a lot of feedback from people, a lot of suggestions for ingredients, and again, I think I have a pretty good idea of what we're going to make. And again, all of this is for naught if we don't have a way to share it with our customers. By the way, today is National Customer Service Day. We frequently refer to our listeners as customers because that's what you are. This, of course, is a free product, but you are spending your time. And but anyway, the labia roller coaster, I don't know. I appreciate all the feedback on that. Some people were deadly serious about it, by the way. Some people were really like, hey, you should try this, and you should try this, and you should try this. We were maybe 20% serious about the actual ingredients. It's going to have to be something. What did we say yesterday? Gin, Malort, coffee milk.
Coffee milk.
And a couple of other things. And not necessarily as a dare.
Perhaps some Campari.
Campari, right. Yeah. So we'll see. I got a lot of feedback from people, because there's a little bit of a ripple effect from people who listen to the podcast, and so they'll refer to something that happened a couple of days ago, and we were talking about driver's ed, and that Uber was giving teenagers who failed their driver's test a free month of Uber rides. And then we kind of devolved into driver's ed classes. I took mine from Sears. Sears used to offer driver's ed, and I heard from a lot of people who were doing the exact same thing. And it occurred to me, that the rules of the road as they were, because they don't teach parallel parking anymore. They kind of put it all under the umbrella of maneuverability, and that's what people were telling me. Again, I got my driver's license in 1987. So it's been a long, long time, and things change. But it occurred to me, you can learn the rules of the road, but they don't really teach people how to interact with other people on the road. They don't really, at least as I recall, they kind of just want to make sure that you're not out there killing yourself or other people in this 2-ton steel death machine. So they're like, okay, make sure that your blinkers on, whatever. But on the subject of etiquette, on the subject of driver etiquette, that's something that a lot of people, they don't teach you that. I think maybe people who already have it in their own lives, they might extend it to when they're out there driving. But not everybody knows about that, Rob.
No, I think certain things are just understood from the time you're young, too, right? Like you come to a four-way stop.
You apply them to driving.
Right. The person that gets to the four-way stop first does what? Goes, right?
The person who gets, yes, right.
And then you wait, and if it's a four-way stop and you're the fourth car, you wait till it's your turn, then you go. It's just the courtesy thing. Now, any time that I've ever been in traffic, if it turns into like one lane and there isn't a cop directing, right? So both directions coming into one, but you kind of have to go around something, right? So there's no cop telling you to, okay, you go, now you go. This lane of traffic goes, now this lane of traffic goes. So if there's a group of cars waiting to go, it's one car at a time, right? Mm-hmm. One car goes, other side, one car goes. I'm driving my kid home from school today. I had to pick her up. They had the day off, but they had play practice. So I went, picked her up, and the for the train, the things come down. I just forgot what the hell it's called.
Well, the train track, the gates.
Yeah, the gates. The gates are down, lights are flashing, and there's no train. So cars begin to go through and around, right?
They have to weave through the two gates.
Correct.
They're in such a hurry, right?
Correct. So I'm like the fifth car back, and I'm waiting, and nobody's moving. So then finally, on the opposite side of me, they begin to move. One car goes, And then the next car in my lane goes, and every single car in front of me starts to go and follow them.
I see.
So now this line is there on the other side. So I stop. Now behind the car on the opposite side from me, there's probably 6 cars in line. I flash my lights. I'm like, I feel bad. This poor son of a bitch has been sitting there because nobody on my side's courteous enough. I let that car go. Guess what happens?
They all go.
Every single one of those people go. I was losing my mind.
Right.
Every single person that drove by, I'm like, whoa, I got my hands up in the air. What the hell's the matter with you?
Yeah.
Nobody, how do you not know that that's not how that works?
I don't think it's that people don't know, they don't care. They're like, all right, cool, I'm just going to follow this guy. I'm going to stitch myself to this guy's ass, and I'm going to just get right through there.
But it is the most common thing in the world. It is one car, one car.
Yeah.
There's no lines. If there's someone directing you to go and they move the line, okay. But like, even if stoplights are out, it's the same goddamn thing. You treat it like it's a 4-way stop.
It's just discourteous.
It's discourteous. And I don't like that at all.
No,
I'm all about respect for other people.
I don't care for that.
BS.
So how did this culminate then? Everybody went, and then you went. The gates come up, and you just ended up going as you normally would?
I waited. I went, and then it was finally my turn, and I went. There was no other cars on the other side, and I was driving. And I have 2 13-year-old girls in the car with me. And they both said, shouldn't like just one car go?
Just to clarify, these are Rob's daughters.
My daughters. Yeah. Well, yeah. I guess I probably should have said that. Yeah. My daughter and her friend from play practice. I'm bringing her daughter home. Yeah. I don't just have 2 random 13-year-olds
I
in the
got
car.
2 13-year-olds in the back, man.
Just kind of macking it.
Ladies, come on, wait for this train. Wink, wink.
Both of them were like, yeah, but isn't that how that works? Like, shouldn't it be like at a stop sign? I'm like, yeah. 13.
Even they knew.
Never touched a car, and you knew.
Yeah.
But everybody else in that line couldn't figure it out for themselves.
Teachable moment.
Oh, man.
Yep.
And especially when Dad's head was about to explode. I'm sure that...
Did you get beat red in the car?
And I just contained myself because there was another kid in the car. If it wasn't, I would have probably been much worse.
I pissed off a traffic cop the other night, and I don't even think I really realized it. I certainly didn't mean to, but I was leaving... our parking garage here at work empties out onto Prospect, and I normally go right, but it was Disney on Ice down here, and you had texted me and said, go left, and you'll skip a lot of traffic, which I did. So anyway, so I go left, but they had closed off Huron there at Prospect where the Clevelander is.
Yep.
So there was a squad car blocking that, and so I went through the red light so I'm coming up to 9th on Prospect, because Huron's blocked off. So I'm like, well, there's nobody coming from there. So this traffic, I was like, whoa, 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 whoa. And I roll. I go, bro, what? Red light. I go, there's nobody coming. This might as well be a T here, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's no cross traffic. What? You could just, fine. I'm like, I'm not trying to argue with the guy. I'm like, fine.
I know exactly.
And then it turns green, and I'm already in the middle of the intersection anyway. He goes, go. I go, yeah, that's what I was trying to do.
I know exactly the guy you're talking about.
Trying to make the right onto 9th.
He has like the old style cruiser, right? Like it looks like the like Crown Victoria type of car sitting there.
Traffic
thinner guy.
But traffic cops are police, correct? This guy had like 4 teeth in his mouth.
Yes, this is the same guy.
But that's a police officer?
I don't know. He must have some authority. He's dressed up kind of like a cop. I don't know if he has a gun.
Like,
I think he's probably just the guy they put out on details or something. And just
okay.
That guy I got into, I forget what the hell we were doing down here. I might have just been leaving work too. He was in the exact same spot, and there was a car in front of me, right? Stopped in the middle of the intersection. The light turns green. No one's going anywhere yet because they have nowhere to go. This guy starts pointing at me with his little flashlight thingy, the orange flashlight, and he's like, go! And I looked at him. I rolled the window down. I go, where do you want me to go?
Yeah.
Like, there's a car. Would you like me to drive through that car?
Right.
And he goes, what? You can't figure it out for yourself?
I'm like, no, we're not supposed to figure it out for ourselves. That's why you guys are out here directing traffic. Of course I could figure it out by myself. Get out of the way, and I'll do what I was going to do anyway.
That dude is a prick.
Okay, well, I just thought because listen, okay. Yes, normally I would have stopped at the red because there's like 2 red, because there's a red there at Huron and then there's one at 9th. So they're very close to each other. But again, if that intersection is blocked off, I don't run the risk of confusing or hitting anyone, right?
I think if you went, Or if you didn't go, he would have been like, what are you doing? Move! I'm telling you, the guy's just a jerk.
I don't know. That was the one and only interaction I'd had with the dude, but clearly but as he's talking to me, he's got like this bushy gray mustache and kind of a thinner guy. But I noticed he literally had like 4 teeth in his mouth. And I'm like, wait a second. Like, is this guy's a police officer, right? He's with the Cleveland Police Department. It's not like they have civilians doing traffic, as I understand it. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think he's a civilian because he has like the unmarked late 90s, early 2000s looking police car.
But they have police officers with the Cleveland Police Department who have 4 teeth in their mouth? Like, I'm not trying to shame anybody. I'm just saying it didn't look like a guy who was, I don't know. He looked like a guy who was pretending to be a police officer. So he looked like a homeless dude that was pretending to be a police officer. That's why it kind of took me by surprise for a second.
Maybe he's the only guy that'll show up when it's 7 degrees outside.
I don't know.
Directing traffic.
Yeah, I don't
blocking
know.
off a road.
But it certainly wasn't. Because again, it's not like I'm in a hurry, right? I'm leaving work. I mean, that drive that I have home, it's usually dead quiet. I don't have music on in the car. I'm just sitting with my thoughts. I've been talking for 4 goddamn hours. I just want it to be quiet. So I'm not in a rush. But yeah, that same guy. Man.
Someone in the chat says police auxiliary, so I don't know what that means.
That's
guessing,
like volunteer, isn't it?
That sounds, well, I mean, would you, maybe,
like,
I'm sure
I got a buddy who
paid.
does it out by me, and it's like auxiliary police. It's like, yeah, they put the gear on, but like, they're directing traffic, or if there's a parade coming, they're, extra pair of hands and feet, I guess.
So you must be paid, but just maybe not what a real police officer's paid.
I guess. I don't know what all the strata are, but I was like, this guy cannot be out there among the public, as like a full-fledged Cleveland police officer. I mean, it just seems like that's not the guy that you're going to put in front of people. So again, I don't know what that hierarchy is, but it was very strange for him to be out there. Maybe that's why. Maybe CPD knows, hey, this guy's got a bad attitude. Let's put him on traffic detail.
And then have him yell at everybody for doing the exact opposite thing that he tells them to do.
Yeah. Let me give you some money here. It is $1,000. You got 4 of these keywords remaining for the week, and then we'll start it all over again Monday morning. So good luck. This is $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie. I hope you win.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Check. That's check. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
By the way, with your story, if there had been a squad car there, they probably would have yelled at people for going through the gates. Like, you're supposed to sit there when those gates are down.
Yeah, I think it was just that they were down for so long.
Yeah, and there's no train coming.
Right, and the guys, I don't know about how it is everywhere, but when they go through Medina, man, one of these guys is like the world's largest a-hole conductor of all time because he just exactly that, but non-stop and just hold it down. Hold it down. 3 o'clock in the morning. This guy comes barrel-assing through town. And it's every day.
Yeah.
Every single day. And people are like, oh, you'll get used to it.
Woo! Listen to that horn! Oh, my God! Oh, she's beautiful!
I mean, years ago when we were looking at houses, we thought for sure that houses right next to the train tracks would be a lot less expensive. Not out where we live. Nope.
Really?
I'm like, holy Christ. I mean, we had looked at a house in Rocky River that had a massive backyard, but it butted up to the train tracks. And as it turned out, like, the house was in way worse shape than we thought once we had it inspected. So that's not the one we ended up buying. But, it's amazing to me how loud the trains are. Like, we are literally like 2 blocks from the lake where we live. And so the train tracks are way south of us. But you can still hear the rumble, and I don't mean the horn, like you can feel the rumble. I'm like, oh my God, I can't imagine living right next to those tracks where they're going at all hours. I'm sure you do get used to it. When I had one of my first apartments in Chicago was up against the L tracks.
Oh my God.
So like your apartment is vibrating half the time and it's noisy, but you literally get used to it. I slept through the night. It didn't bother me, that kind of thing.
I still wake up every day. Every single night I wake up from this.
With the horn?
Yep.
Oh, my God! Woo! Listen to that horn! Oh, my God! Oh, she's beautiful!
I'm yelling in a much different way.
Right.
Yeah.
You're
I'm
right.
not celebrating that
Right.
guy and his horn.
Right. You're not dropping a load because the train is showing up.
Nope.
Yeah. Alan, Calpus update. I received my order. Here's a person who took our, well, I wouldn't say advice. We didn't give advice to do it. We just tried it because it came up. I received my order. The strawberry is outstanding, is what this person says. The strawberry is outstanding. All right, well, there you go. I don't know that we're ever going to try any other kind of Calpus, but
Who gives a crap?
we tried the citrusy.
Yeah, the citrusy.
Citrusy is what it was.
This one was strawberry-y?
Strawberry. Okay, well, yeah, okay. Good. Alan, why is it when Clevelanders get one warm day in January before a polar vortex, all the idiot drivers come out? I know it's bread and milk time, but at least attempt to drive smart. It's interesting to me. I'm always reticent to talk about how bad people are behind the wheel because it's not like it's a regional thing, right? There are people everywhere you go who are just not paying attention, whether they're on their phone or what, yeah, I don't know. Just take your time, and there's a lot more people out there. Getting bread and milk. Don't know. A message off of the iHeartRadio app. I think this was Bill in South Jersey. He was one of the guys that was serious about the drink ingredients.
Alan and Rob, I'm not trying to be a tool. I just have a suggestion for a different recipe you might consider. So I've come up with a thing I've nicknamed Cherry Breaker. It starts off with Brazilian cachaça, which is sugarcane liquor. That's different from rum. Rum gets processed into molasses first. Add in cheerwine, which is the red cherry soda from down south. And then to cut the sweetness from that, add some lime juice. And put it all together, and it is mighty tasty. Talk to you guys later.
Thank you, Bill. I mean, that does sound good. It sounds delicious.
For his drink.
Right.
Not for yours.
Not what I'm trying to accomplish with the labia roller coaster. I almost said helicopter. With the labia
I don't hate
helicopter.
that one either.
Yeah, labia helicopter.
Once we perfect the roller coaster, we'll move on to the helicopter.
Okay, we'll call it something else. But yeah. I wonder if, speaking of South Jersey, I wonder if Bill out there in South Jersey has been following the story of Laura Caron. She is in Cape May. Cape May. It's the very, very tip taint of South Jersey there. You take a boat over to Rehoboth from there. Cape May, the very southern tip of New Jersey. She is a 5th grade teacher who has had a child with her 13-year-old student.
Oof.
And apparently the parents were like, wow, her kid looks a lot like our son. And that was when they came to the conclusion, or they had to have do a little bit of investigation and find out that that's exactly what happened. This kid and I guess his siblings, the families were close, and so apparently these stories are always weird. They don't ever come out of nowhere, right? They're like, oh, we used to stay over at Mrs. Karen's house all the time, and then it went from there. But she's a 5th grade teacher. This was a few years ago. So the baby is a couple years old. The kid was 13 at the time. I think he's now 18 years old. She was 28, and they've got her in jail, and she's looking at a big, big, long stretch. Like, I don't understand this story. They became friends, and then the kids began living with the teacher, but the parents are the ones who got mad because they go, oh, that kid looks like our son. These are all so weird all the time. But, man, every time one of these happens, I go, man, I don't remember any 28-year-old teacher. Now, granted, I went to Catholic school. These are all, public schools. Catholic school is all very buttoned up when I was going. It was all nuns, very few lay teachers, and the ones that were, they were not anything that as a 13-year-old you'd be like, yeah. They were all like 80,
That stuff just didn't happen when I was a kid. And I think it's one of those things, too, if it did, like no one would have told anybody because you'd want it to keep going on. I think now everybody just tells everybody everything. I'm not suggesting what happened is a good thing, by the way.
No, of course not. But I mean, the biggest scandal I can remember was in high school, where one of the teachers, they found out he was dating one of the students, but they ended up getting married and having kids and stuff. You know what I mean? It wasn't 28 and 13. It was like she was a senior or something, and he was probably right out of college.
Yeah, we actually had that too. He was one of the assistant football coaches, and he ended up marrying someone from my senior class.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, but this obviously is a much different story. But
in a text message to his sister, the victim allegedly admitted that he was the father of the teacher's 5-year-old child and asked his sister to keep it a secret. The siblings noticed that when they would stay at her house, when the brother would go to shower, the teacher would enter the bathroom and lock the door.
That wasn't the first sign?
Oh, God.
Oh, my stomach just gets trippy every single time this guy showers.
Yeah. Oh, what was it that we had for dinner? Oh, he's in the shower. I don't feel so good.
Gonna have to do it too.
She's running sound effects in there so that nobody suspects anything. I'll be on in a second. Oh, God, I had too much of that. We shouldn't have had Euros for 2 nights in a row.
Hurry up, Timmy.
Oh, that's tzatziki sauce. That's good grief. It's all gross, but I mean, if you were 13 years old, think about when you were 13. If you had a kid, oh, God.
But maybe he didn't even know until later. Like, maybe she didn't even tell him.
I guess. Yeah, well, that's what it sounds like. I mean, the kid's the kid is 5, and this kid now is like, yeah, that was me. Because he's now 18, 19, whatever it is. Wild. So she might get 30 years, boy, out there in Cape May. I'm late. I got to take a break. You want those tickets for Sullivan King. That is a wild show. Sullivan King has been doing a lot of festivals over the past few years. It's EDM and metal and a lot of genre bending in his music, but it's really fun. Sullivan King, WMMS in 2 hours to midnight presenting this show. February 10th at the Agora. I have one more pair of tickets. I'll hand those off for you when we come back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
Oh, boy. No metal show tomorrow night, by the way. 2 hours to midnight is our 120 minutes of nothing but metal on Saturday nights. But tomorrow, it'll be the last time this season that we get preempted by the Cavaliers. They've got a 9 o'clock tip-off in Minneapolis against the Timberwolves. They lose last night. They got bent over by the Oklahoma City Thunder, by the way. They lost by 20 points last night. So that was kind of a payback game for the Oklahoma City Thunder. And so now they are dead even in the NBA. They are both at 34-6, tied for first in the league. 134-114 was the final. Of course, Cavs beat them here at home, and Oklahoma City Thunder took care of business by a much wider margin. So, again, it wasn't pretty. That was Dan Gilbert's tweet last night. It wasn't pretty. But the Cavs are still doing just fine. They are 34-6. Both of those teams now are at the top of the league. So anyway, the Cavs will play the Timberwolves in Minneapolis tomorrow night. That is a 9 o'clock tip-off, 8:30 pregame here on MMS. But no 2 hours to midnight. If you join me and Corey Roddick and Pat Butler for our Saturday Night Metal show, preempted tomorrow night, but we will be back live on the 25th. So you can always submit requests. Local bands, send me their stuff. If you're in a local metal band, send me your stuff. If I like it, I'll play it. And a lot of new stuff, a lot of throwbacks. It's a ton of fun. Oh, God, I just forgot. I was going to tell you something, and I completely forgot. I've completely lost my train of thought. Doesn't matter. Sounds like the TikTok ban is going to go into effect on Sunday. I will believe it when I see it. I still feel like somebody's going to swing in at the 11th hour and buy this thing. It's going to be the Shark Tank guy, or Trump is just going to go, nope, because Biden's punting, I mean, Trump will be the president on Monday. And, I mean, Trump was the guy who wanted to ban it in the first place. During the vapor trails of his last administration, I think. He was like, we need to ban TikTok. But he just goes whichever the way the wind blows. And so, if he wants to swing and look like a hero, he just go, no. So that's what I think is going to happen. I will be really surprised if TikTok ends up being banned.
But if his whole thing, Trump's whole thing.
The Supreme Court has held up the ban.
Right.
They said, no, we're not going to intervene in any way. Leaving him to potentially look like a hero. I mean, that's what they want for the guy anyway. So I could see that happening. Him coming in and going, no, we'll figure it out another way.
But if his whole thing is China's bad, right, and always trying to do things to us, then I don't understand saving it.
Well, because the whole China's bad thing that's when he's talking to the rubes. That's got nothing to do with what's really going to happen. He is going to absolutely be in a circle jerk with China and Russia as soon as he's in there. It's going to be 100 executive orders bypassing Congress for all kinds of things. It is going to get wild. So, no, when he's out there talking to people in Grand Rapids, he's like, China, but that's got nothing to do with what he's going to do. That was just to get people voting for him.
It would just be odd for him to save what he said they're using against us.
Well, of course, but who knows what this guy thinks, I mean, he'll say whatever in the moment. That's what his fans love about him. Well, you don't take him literally. But in the meantime, I was reading that the number of people who are trying to learn Mandarin on Duolingo has gone up like exponentially because there are a lot of TikTokers who are moving over to this Chinese app called Rednote. They're like, let's just cut out the middleman. If TikTok's Chinese malware, let's just go over to a Chinese app, but it's run by the Chinese government. My daughter is in the 3rd grade, and she takes Spanish in school, but every night she does her Duolingo. She's also doing Spanish on her Duolingo, learning things that way. And so there are a lot. Mandarin is traditionally one of the most difficult languages to learn. I mean, the grammar part of it can be kind of simple, but it's a very complex language to write. The tone is hard to learn when you're learning to pronounce words. There's a massive vocabulary for it. So if you've ever known anybody who either speaks it as their native tongue or who has learned it, I have a friend who travels overseas a lot, and he speaks Mandarin. It's very difficult to learn. And so, listen, I think any situation that gets Americans to learn another language, whatever your motivation is for that, that's probably a good thing to do. But the Duolingo people said, there's a hell of a lot of people on here now trying to learn Mandarin.
Maybe that's part of
And
the
again,
plan.
it's not something you're going to learn in 48 hours, right? When TikTok goes dark, if that's what happens.
Maybe that's all part of the plan. They're going to get our youth speaking Chinese.
Oh, yeah. Well, listen, like I said, anything that motivates Americans to learn another language, I don't care what it is. It just makes you more well-rounded as a citizen of the world.
The Supreme Court announcing in this decision that they will not save TikTok. The Supreme Court, in this unsigned ruling, has upheld a federal law that will require TikTok, as of Sunday, to face a nationwide ban in the United States unless its Chinese-based parent company ByteDance divests. Now, ByteDance and TikTok have been saying all along that divestment is not feasible, and that if this ban is allowed to go into effect, which it is now poised to do, the TikTok will effectively go dark.
So they need to find a new owner by Sunday in the United States. I know that Kevin Leary guy from Shark Tank, he has supposedly offered $20 billion, or it had to be not billion, in cash for TikTok. So who knows? I don't know how this will go. It seems most likely to me that Trump would just say, no, we're not going to do that, and then go from there. Kevin O'Leary from Shark Tank has said that he put a $20 billion cash offer for TikTok on the table. Mark Cuban, who seems to be the only one of these crazy rich guys who is not both crazy and rich, he's just rich, he's trying to work on some other thing. He's trying to work on some platform that's using a similar algorithm, but it's not. And again, my thought is always, these are global properties. There are things around, when you're talking about social media or you're talking about billionaires or this American oligarchy that we are installing in our government, these are not people who care about borders. So all of this talk about well, we don't want the Chinese. Behind the scenes, they're doing business with Chinese companies because that's the nature of all of it. It's a global economy. And so a lot of this is it's a lot of song and dance. And there's the issue of, is it a First Amendment thing? Is it a First Amendment thing for the United States government to ban TikTok? There are people who think that too. But there are a lot of people who, this is their livelihood, right? They've put all their eggs in that basket. And some people have made a lot of money from it. And some people, they're just on there having fun.
My other question is, how can the government step in and tell a company that they have to divest from a company?
Well, they put it under the umbrella of a national security situation. You can get away with a hell of a lot of things if you go, this is a national security issue. Except there are so many things that are national security issues that we don't dare touch. So there's a lot of hypocritical thinking up and down the line. I don't know. 170 million Americans use TikTok. 60% of them are women, and 60% of all users on TikTok are under the age of 25.
That's also why I think that Trump wouldn't stop the ban, because if it's already been driven to everyone that this is bad and it's a national security issue, and that's his whole thing, why would he save it?
I think that this all started because they were trying to play chicken with China. They were like, hey, all you have to do is sell this to us. And again, it's like the guy that we played the clip of from the other day. He's like, you can have TikTok, but the algorithm is what makes it valuable. And so it'd be like a car with no engine in it or something, whatever his analogy was. But last April, this is a thing. It was called the Protecting Americans from Foreign Adversary Controlled Applications Act, or PAFACA, if you like acronyms. And it was bipartisan. They got a lot of, everybody kind of agreed, it was bipartisan because the people who understood it thought it was a good idea, and the people who didn't understand it thought it was a good idea. They just heard China, and they thought, okay, let's get rid of it. But I don't have a dog in the TikTok fight. I'm kind of interested in it from the perspective of kind of whatever the geopolitical implications of it are. Because you look at something and, a lot of people dismiss social media, but it's so pervasive. And it's with people concerned about their data. Again, I never think of that stuff because we all turned our data over a long time ago. It's not like just now people are starting to worry about, anytime you've ever done one of these filters, see what you'll look like as an old man, right? That's all helping face recognition software. It's all couched in kind of a fun little package, but that's what all that is. It's all just to sell you stuff, all to sell you stuff. Or, in the case of TikTok, it's an opportunity for China to mine data in the service of creating malware or whatever. And so there are real implications for stuff like this. But I think about, but again, that's all above all of our pay grades. I just think about the people whose entire livelihoods are from TikTok, which I know to a lot of people seems silly. But if that's your job and you make a lot of money at it, there isn't a person among us who wouldn't do that if we could do that, right? People who, it's a full-time job to game the algorithm. But the problem with that is, even before something like this, these companies just change their algorithm all the time. So you get demonetized or you put the wrong word in there or, so man, it just seems so, there's a lot of money to be made there, but it's so capricious that who the hell knows? I like getting a regular check. I like getting a paycheck, right? In American money, I like that. I don't wonder if the algorithm is cutting into my mortgage this month, Josh is in St. Louis, and he's back for the attack, Rob.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Alan and Rob, how you guys doing?
Josh, did you ever determine last we spoke there was a little bit of intrastate fighting between you and another St. Louis in there? Did you ever determine who spray painted the N-word on the snow?
Turns out it was my dog, and he's
so you've got a German Shepherd. I get. Yeah. All right.
Yeah. Well, he is. He's a German Shepherd Doberman. He's about as big as a dog you could get.
Right.
Actually, he hates everybody.
Mm-hmm.
He hates him.
All right.
Anyway, the reason I was calling was to give my 2 cents on the whole TikTok thing. As I understand it, Trump said that he wants to get rid of TikTok unless it's American owned, and he was leaning towards that guy, the guy from Shark Tank.
Yeah.
And then everybody keeps talking about how, they'll take the algorithm out of TikTok. But, okay, so I only use Facebook because I'm not that thirsty for people to like my pictures or whatever. And the TikTok or the Facebook algorithm for Reels looks the same as my kids' TikTok algorithm. So what would we lose if somebody buys it and they put, say, the Facebook algorithm for video,
Well, that's the other thing, too, is that
is
that Zuckerberg has Facebook and Threads and Instagram. So it's like, these platforms steal the best features from other platforms anyway. It's just that if you have amassed your following on one particular platform, you might not be somebody who uses Instagram a lot. You've put all your eggs in the TikTok basket. So if you're somebody who has 15 million people on TikTok, and then as of Monday, you have nothing, that's a big deal.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. A couple of influencers I follow are really worried about it because that's the main way they make money is their stupid videos or whatever. But so yeah, my money is on what you said, and I've been saying this all along. Trump's just he's not gonna get rid of it because he was so happy about how much the youth vote went up for him and the women vote went up for him, and he knows that's used by women and kids. So he wants to keep it.
Well, no, I think that the youth vote went down. He went way down in the youth vote. I think this is a way for him to ingratiate himself with that younger part of the electorate.
I don't know about that. He went up in every category.
No, he said he did. He went down. He said he did. He went down in the youth vote by 30 points.
I'd have to look at those numbers. I'll look at them and report back to you on that.
I'm okay.
But anyway,
I'm telling you.
I do agree with you on it that he's probably going to keep it. You know.
I just think there are too many people.
As-
I think there are too many people who have a vested interest in it not going away.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
And corporations, probably.
Probably that, too. There are advertisers and all kinds of things on those platforms.
Yep.
So, yeah. Okay,
Exactly.
thank you, Josh.
So-
I appreciate it. There's Josh in St. Louis.
I'm going to go back to where I was before. I still don't understand how, if everything that he says is China, 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 bad, 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 how can a China app remain here in the United States if that's the biggest national security threat?
I mean,
he has
to
ban it.
It's a valid question. The question you're asking, what I'm saying is that's a valid question, but Trump says two completely different things within the span of 2 hours. So you can't pin the guy down on anything.
I just think if he's going to be the close the borders, China's bad guy, then he has to be that across the board.
Well,
Whether it pisses people off or not,
I guess.
He has to stick with that, doesn't he?
No, he doesn't. He's already doing stuff that there's farmers that are all like, oh, I didn't know he was going to deport my workers. That kind of stuff. He said stuff to the rubes to get the votes, and then he gets in, and it doesn't matter anymore. He's got Elon Musk's money. It doesn't matter what people want. He's got ideas on what he wants to do. So if saving TikTok is in his best interest, because that's all that matters to him, if it is in his best interest, then he will probably make that happen. There's probably money involved, and that's why I just don't think TikTok is going away. Hey, Jeff.
Hey, Alan, what's going on?
How are you, man?
I'm doing okay. I'm calling to chime in about the TikTok thing. It doesn't make much sense because, well, you know, America's the home of the free, so they say, and the huge thing right now is the VPN thing.
Yes, correct.
So if we have VPN, I mean, can't anybody still have an account with TikTok using VPN?
Yeah, I mean, that's how people do all kinds of things now. Pornhub and, yeah, VPN. I don't know. But I think that there are a lot of people who don't know that that's a thing. And so...
Well, I'm not even technology suave, but I do know that PayPal's an international banking thing, and you could still get paid from TikTok through PayPal probably.
Yes.
So, I mean, there's ways around this, so I don't understand why this is even a big topic to talk about. Just like drugs, now marijuana is legal.
Well, it's like when they
went legal, everybody got it.
Yeah, to your point, it's like they banned Twitter in Brazil, right? So everybody in Brazil just got a VPN. But I think part of the problem though is like if this happened with TikTok, like they wouldn't be able to update their software anymore, so it would just be a worse and worse and worse experience for people using it. It would weaken the security of the app, which would make it a lot easier to hack. There's a whole bunch of things going on. I don't know. So it would end up just dying like death by 1,000 cuts. Like commercial radio, I guess is the best analogy that I can draw. TikTok will end up like commercial radio, Jeff.
No, it's going to be like MySpace.
Yeah, MySpace.
It's a trend that's eventually going to end anyway.
Right. Well, it can't end soon enough, Jeff. I don't know what to tell you. All right, thank you, pal. There's Jeff. In Cleveland, Ohio. Oh, what a fine metropolitan area Cleveland, Ohio is. It's right there in northeast Ohio, for those of you uninitiated, right there on the mighty shores of Lake Erie. I got to take a break. Want to send me a text, 35192. Want to go see Disturbed? I got one more pair of tickets for you this week. It is March the 31st. WMMS is presenting Disturbed at the Romo Fijo. They are on the Sickness 25th anniversary tour. Bringing Daughtry and Nothing More with them, and I have one more pair of tickets, so I'll hand those off coming back. And then another $1,000 if you're listening for those keywords to grab $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie. That next one is coming up at 3:30.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device.
I'm going to go see Disturbed. They are on the tour to celebrate the 25th anniversary, believe it or not, of their debut album, The Sickness. And they're coming to Cleveland. WMMS presents Disturbed with special guest Daughtry and Nothing More. It's going to happen Monday, March the 31st, last day of the month, down here at the Romo Fijo. And you can be there. We'll all be there. Love to see you along. Caller 10, you'll get my last pair this week for Disturbed. 216-578-1007 to get those. Or 800-348-1007.
Remember, our devices are always listening to us.
We are.
So if you start to see ads for squeezy salads and wiener milk, you know who to blame. The Alan Cox Show.
WMMS.
I'm sure I'll have more tickets for you closer to the show. Nothing More is a wild band, too. They got that giant contraption that they built. The singer gets, it's called the Scorpion. It's like part percussive instrument, part microphone, part organ. It's wild. You've never seen Nothing More. And that's a band that's got real problems, too. Like, they're constantly, like, fighting with fans and stuff. So, like, Nothing More would, that was another band that was poised to really blow up, but they just couldn't keep it together. Their frontman's a real hothead. And so they would go on tour, and then they'd cancel their tour, and then they, so any chance you get to see Nothing More, it might be the last. So them and Daughtry will be opening up that Disturbed. If you go to WMMS.com on the left-hand side there, in the hamburger, you're going to find the contest page. And in that, we've got a whole Disturbed VIP thing going on there. So we got a meet and greet with Disturbed, the photo and the merch, and a whole lot more. So get in on that. And Disturbed is playing, obviously, The Sickness in its entirety. That's what the whole tour is celebrating, is the anniversary of that. It came out in the year 2000. And then they'll, do all the greatest hits. That song there is from their sophomore album. So The Sickness, front to back. So if you're like, boy, they never played Droppin' Plates live, you'll get to hear it on this show. And that ain't half bad. Alan, you really put me in my feels when you guys were talking about Bob Uecker dying, not for the baseball, but for the Mr. Belvedere conversation. I did hear that from a lot of people, by the way, who had kind of gone back and dug into some Mr. Belvedere. Because, and again, I don't know how long that show was on. I feel like we've run the Mandela effect on that show, and I don't know that it was on for very long. But that was where a national audience got to know Bob Uecker, aside from beer commercials. And the Mr. Belvedere theme song, of course, always jumped out at me because the late, great Leon Redbone sang it. And this was a guy who didn't really want to do anything all that commercial. He had a very distinctive voice.
When you drop kick your jacket.
Drop kick a baby when you come in the door. Whatever he says, right? No one cares. You stole all the waffles. Call your mama a whore.
Drop kick a baby.
Baby when you come in the door. Somebody call your mama a whore. No one cares. He was doing detergent commercials not long. Remember Leon Redbone?
Yeah.
Like he would do SNL back in the 70s. He was a guy you looked at and you thought he was in like a costume or something because he had dark glasses and a hat. He had like a three-piece suit on. He had a mustache. Like you couldn't tell if he was 25 or 60, this guy, Leon Redbone. But the Mr. Belvedere theme song.
6 seasons.
So, it was on that long?
Yeah, 85 through 90.
I did not know that. I thought maybe it was on a couple, and we thought that it had been on for a long time. All right. Drop kick a baby when you come in the door. Yeah, he died a few years ago. He died in 2019. No one cares. He was like from Greece or something, but he came up in Toronto. And I remember him doing commercials for all detergent.
I can see why he changed his name. Holy cow.
What is his real name?
Dick Ran. Gabalian.
Oh, okay. He was Greek?
Dick Ran is his first name. D-I-C-K-R-A-N.
Dickran Gabalian.
Oh, it's Dickran?
Well, probably. Dick Ran.
I like
D-I-C-K.
Dick Ran much better, to be honest with you.
Dick Ran.
Yeah. And then
British Cyprus.
Gabalian?
He's Cypriot. Yeah. Died in New Hope, Pennsylvania.
Drop kick a baby.
Drop kick a baby when you come in the door. No one cares. Stole all the waffles. Call your mama a whore. No one's there.
I want the words to be that now.
Yeah.
I'm never going to hear that the same.
Nope. He came to Canada in the mid-'60s and changed his name via the Ontario Change of Name Act, or OCNA. And his parents are from Jerusalem. He was Armenian. Speaking of Armenian, I was checking in with a buddy who lives in Glendale, California. That's where System of a Down is from. It's, other than my friend and his wife, it's almost all Armenians in Glendale. And I was checking in on him because they're right over the mountains from the Eaton fire. That is still burning. And I'm looking at Pasadena and Altadena, and I'm worried about them. And he's like, we're good. He goes, but it was really, really hairy. He's like, we're bumping up our insurance coverage as we speak. But he's like, 5 minutes from us, people got fully effed. So it was really, 100-mile-an-hour winds don't care if there's a mountain range between you and you and the fire. So it was a very, very hairy situation for them for a while. Evacuated for a bit, packed all their crap in their cars, and so I'm glad at least for them, it doesn't look as dire anymore. Find that Leon Redbone detergent commercial now that I want to hear that. Drop kick, baby.
It's going to be in my head all day.
Called your mama a whore. The stain lifter. Right? That was his commercial back in the day, like the 80s or...
Yeah, I think so.
You know the rain leaves a scent that makes things fresh and new. Introducing Fresh Rain All. It has the stain-lifting power of regular all with a clean, fresh rain scent. That's Fresh Rain, A-L-L.
Fresh Rain, A-L-L. Clean up a baby.
My favorite jeans, I wear them so much, they're hard to keep clean. Every time stains on my favorite jeans fall, Mama lifts them out with A-L-L, the stain lifter, that's all.
The stain lifter, A-L-L. Wow. I wonder how much they paid him. I mean, he has such a distinctive voice, and I don't recall him then becoming, wildly in demand for commercial work. I mean, those all commercials stand out to me for a reason, because you were like, oh, my God. I didn't even know who it was. It was on television, and I think my mom was like, oh, my God, that's Leon Redbone. And I'm like, pardon me? Is that a real person's name? Obviously, it wasn't. He made that name up. But.
It looks like he did a ton of commercials. He did Budweiser. He did the U.S. automobile brand Geo. He did all inner city British rail service. He voiced for dog food commercials. He was on everything.
Okay. In Canada.
Here.
Oh, here.
Yeah.
I've based on the text, I've ruined this song for people now. Ruined or improved? Drop kick a baby when you come in the door. No one cares. Stole all the waffles. They call your mama a whore. No one's there. I was armed and you turn around.
All hands look out below. There's a change in the status
quo. Change in the status. I wonder what other sitcom theme song has the phrase status quo in it. There's a change in the status quo.
To our new arrival. Life is more than mere survival. We just might live the good life, yes.
Ah, boy. With Bob Euchre, Eileen Graff played the wife. I thought she was super foxy. And, yeah, drop kick a baby. When you come in the door.
I just love that you took it from drop kick a jacket right
drop
into
kick
drop
a baby when you come in the door. Mm-hmm. Stole all the waffles. Call your mama a whore. You can make make your own. Right? Perhaps you can improve on mine.
I don't know. I'm not sure anybody can.
I've got money here for you, as promised. It's $1,000, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. You all right? Last couple of keywords for the week, and then we'll start again next week. So plenty of opportunities for you still to win. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Grand. That's grand. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Alan, I must express my disappointment in you, which is something you profess to be used to, yes, as a cultural connoisseur that I envisioned you to be, but you've not seen Braveheart or The Patriot. Wow, my perception of you is, well, it's still the same, but damn. I've never seen either of those movies. I know they're very popular. Again, I've said this many times. I'm on record. There are a lot of considered classic movies I've never seen. Over our Christmas break, we watched Gremlins with our daughter for the first time, thinking she might enjoy that. I had never seen Gremlins. I've never seen Braveheart. It didn't look like something that I would enjoy. They're like, oh, the Scots revolt against the English. Cool. Okay. Right? And wasn't The Patriot just a retread of something along those lines?
Pretty much.
Right? Oh, the British are here and my wife's dead.
Mm-hmm. I'm more surprised you haven't seen Major League, honestly.
Yeah, again, I've never sat down and watched the whole thing. I've seen bits and pieces.
That should be your weekend homework assignment.
I'll tell you what, I'm way more prone to watching Major League because it's funny and I like the cast and all that. But like The Patriot and Braveheart and Heath Ledger was in The Patriot as a young man.
Yeah. You have to be in the right headspace for those movies, though. You know what I mean? Like it
and
literally
they're also
is
like
3 hours long.
Right, 3 hours long. Like what? I watched Apocalypto. That's a Mel Gibson movie. That was long. I don't even think it was in English, right? They did it in like some dead language that was period appropriate, I guess. But yeah, no, listen, Braveheart is one of those movies. I get it. Made a lot of money. Well, made a lot of money for the time. You know, that was 1995. It made $209 million. Now, if a movie of that scale made $209 million, it'd be like, this is a flop. But it got really good reviews and,
Yeah, it was good. But again, in the order of you needing to watch something, I don't think that that's toward the top by any means. It's good. I still haven't watched, what's the one about the nuclear bomb? That just
The Day After?
No, the newer one that just.
Not sure. No, what?
The one about the guy that designed the nuclear bomb.
Oh, Oppenheimer. Oh, yeah.
I still haven't watched that because it's too long in my brain. I'll watch 3 episodes of something back to back to back, but when I sit down and I'm like, oh, I can't commit to a 3-hour movie.
I understand. I saw Oppenheimer in the theater. I wanted to see it like in IMAX. I didn't want to watch it on my television. So movies like Dune, Oppenheimer, like I'll go see those in the theater. I want to see those in the theater.
Yeah, I'd love to see it. I really would. I have to get past that. It's the same thing like if somebody sends you a YouTube video, right? The first thing you do is look into the corner to see how long the goddamn thing is. And if it's longer than like 45 seconds, you're like, I'm out.
Yes, that's right. And, back in the day, when I was managing a Blockbuster Video, you knew you were in for it when it was a double VHS pack, right?
Yeah.
Most of them, you'd look on the back and it would tell you the run time, and you go, okay, well, it can't be too long because it fits on one VHS cassette. But if it was a double pack, you're like, oof, I'll be sitting down for this one and pop some popcorn. So, more ideas. We were talking about our show signature cocktail that I quickly dubbed the labia roller coaster for reasons that I don't know why. It just came out.
Alan, Rob, drink idea. You get green tea flavored iced coffee with boba in the bottom, like those little tapioca balls. You go and have it rimmed with either crushed up Thin Mint Girl Scout cookies or crushed up espresso beans. And then you drop a shot of Kahlua in it. And as you drink it, You freak out that you're going to choke a little bit and die, just like we freak out a little bit every day that they're going to lay you guys off and kill the show. Think about it. Love you, bye.
You feel like you're going to die. I do like boba. I like boba in my smoothies. I really do.
Do you really?
I love it. Yes. There's this place in Toronto that I went to. It was literally like this hole in the wall in between two big stores right there on Queen Street. And every time I was there, you had to go up 2 flights of stairs to this Chinese restaurant that was tucked in the back, and they had the best goddamn boba drinks. Because I don't like the milk ones. I like the smoothie ones, kind of. But you put the tapioca in there. Yum.
It's the texture thing for me, I think.
I love it. Because sometimes they're a little hard in the middle. You chew them. Mmm. Yummy. On the subject of TikTok, by the way, it came up pretty explicitly in this thing, signs that you're an embarrassing parent. They did another one of these surveys about whether or not, cool parents, they think they're cool parents, but obviously your kids are never going to think that. I've never understood this push to be seen as a cool parent. I never understood it. Like, I was never cool at all. So there's no way I'm going to be a cool parent because your kids are not down with the things that you can tell them about pop culture. You know, putting your kid in a Ramones t-shirt does not make you a cool parent. They don't know what the hell that is, nor do they care. You go to Target and they have like toddler Ramones t-shirts. Okay. They don't care. But a lot of, kids obviously, and one of them was, things that make kids embarrassed of their parents. And one of the big ones was when their parents try to do viral TikTok dance routines. Now, if you're having fun with your kids, it's more likely that your kid has probably got the TikTok than you do. So we've all seen those. But I never understood the notion that it was important to be a cool parent, that your kid thought you were cool. Like, if you're fortunate enough to have a really good ongoing relationship with your kids and they end up going, when I grew up, my parents were super strict, but I didn't hate my parents. They did the best they could. And, when I was little, I was a real pain in the ass. And they did the best that they could. And so, like, friends of mine who, like, hated their parents, I never had that. I never hated my parents. I pretty much strayed in the straight and narrow. I didn't do anything crazy. But I got along with my parents. It never once occurred to me that they were cool because it's apples and oranges. It's never once occurred to me that my kids would think I was cool. Now, it just so happens that they're fascinated by what I do for a living and that I've monetized my stunted emotional development. So I think that's fascinating to them, to the extent that my son did a little bit of college radio because he was, this is all they've ever known is me doing this. So, but the whole thing, like, these parents, they want to be cool parents. I don't understand that. It's you're just pushing a rock uphill all the time. Trying to use youth slang is cringy to kids. Now, I think that's funny if you do it to your kids because if you make them laugh because you know that you know what I mean?
Yes. I do it all the time.
Yeah.
Constantly.
Yeah.
And it's the most fun. And then my wife tries to
have a good day at school, no cap.
Low key.
Mm-hmm.
Have a good day. Have a low key good day. Good day, low key.
Mm-hmm.
All the time. All the time. And they'll be, Dad, and they'll laugh. If my wife tries it, she gets it. They're like, then they start making fun of her because she tried it. But I can get away with it.
But she tries it earnestly or no? She's goofing around too.
No, she's goofing around too.
Oh, then why did they give her a hard time?
Because I think that they think like, okay, she's kind of somewhat trying to be cool. You know what I mean? Like she'll say something at the table, but she'll use it in the wrong context or something, where at least I know where it belongs.
I mean, I totally understand getting older and missing your youth, but putting that on your kids, I don't understand that at all.
Yeah, I would never.
Like my parents would have never gone to a show with me. You know what I mean? It just would have been strange and weird.
I would never in a million years use it like I wouldn't say it to them or in front of their kids using those words like if I was actually speaking to them. But I do use it often as jokes and stuff. But you mentioned your parents were never thought of by you as cool, right?
Right.
Was there a family that you grew up around that their parents were cool to you?
Well, yeah. I see what you mean. Cool to me, or I thought they were
like
cool?
You thought they were cool. Like you were like, oh,
no.
yeah, kind of cool parent. No?
No. Well, because my family was so strict, I guess my definition of cool parents were, they let them eat sugar cereal.
Okay.
Oh, they let them eat gum with...
Yeah.
It was all very sugar-centric, right? We're putting molasses on our buckwheat pancakes in my house. No, so cool to me was a very broad category. I was like, they don't make you do X, Y, and Z like my parents do. But no, not like cool.
I always found
because there are grandmothers now with sleeve tattoos. You know what I mean? Like, as time goes by, there was nothing like that for Gen Xers. There were no, like, parents or, maybe if a dad was in the military or something, but you didn't have a grandmother with tattoos.
No, and you look at what grandmothers look like when you were a kid. Every single grandmother had the same haircut. I mean, everything.
Yeah.
You literally, like, at a certain age, just got the "you're a grandma now" kit.
Yeah.
The clothes, everything was the same. And now you can't even, you would never in a million years know someone had grandchildren.
No, there's 45-year-old grandmothers now. So it's like, I don't ever remember that being in my world. Like, my grandmother was, she died at 102, but, almost 10 years ago. But when I was, she might as well have been 100 my whole life.
Right.
She had the gray beehive and the whole thing. So I don't
wore
know.
a house coat. Did you?
House coat,
yeah.
Zipped all the way up. Yeah.
My grandmother, did she keep her
It was
tissues in her sleeve?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, I'm telling you, it's like the grandma starter kit. They all get it when they turn 60.
Yeah. Yeah, so but again, I'm always fascinated by people who it's a priority to them for their kids to think they're cool. I'd rather have my kids think that it sounds lame, but I would rather have them think that I did a pretty good job in teaching them things and kind of this is how, preparing them for things rather than, hey, let's go to the pub. My son now is 24. So like when he graduated college a few weeks ago, the night before, he was out with his girlfriend and he called me and he goes, hey, we're having a drink at this hotel bar. Come by and we'll have a drink. That was awesome. Wasn't the first time we'd ever done it, but that stuff is fun because he's an adult now.
Yeah.
He's got a job. He's like, that stuff's great.
I think I'm a combination of both, honestly. Like I do have a need, I suppose, to want to be seen as the cool parent to my kids. But at the same time, they also know and respect me as their dad. Like I'll let them get away with certain stuff or I'll let them do certain things that I probably wouldn't have been able to do when I was a kid.
Okay. I guess it depends on what the definition of cool is. What I think and what I see are like parents that are working very hard to seem young.
Oh, yeah, no, I don't do that.
To seem like the gap between them and their kids is smaller. And that, you look silly, I don't know. But it's important to some people, and it's their life, and if they want to put all their effort into that, okay, but there's no way that your kid is going to go, my dad's pretty cool, look at him there, and
That high rock that he just refinished. So awesome. Playing Motley Crue, top of the...
Is that your dad blasting girls out of his car? It sure is.
Got those the girl mud flaps on it.
That's right. Okay, I'm going to break. I'm going to go see your Cleveland Monsters. We had a blast last weekend. Monsters were playing, it was Cleveland Rocks night over there with MMS. So fun. And if you haven't made it to a Monsters game recently, we should rectify that. So Monsters are going to play the Providence Bruins. I got a 4-pack for you. That is February the 1st at the Romo Fijo. We'll do that. 35192 to text me for anything else. You can hit me up at alancoxshow.com. And you can watch the show live if you want on our YouTube channel.
The Alan Cox Show
on 100.7
WMMS.
The Progressive Cleveland
Cleveland.
It's time to give stuff away. Time to give stuff away.
All right, I want to go see your Cleveland Monsters. It is Saturday, February the 1st at the Romo Fijo. I got a 4-pack of tickets here for you. They're taking on the Providence Bruins. And it's Lumberjacks weekend. 92 to 2001 here in Cleveland. We had an IHL team called the Cleveland Lumberjacks. And so the Monsters are casting their minds back to their predecessors and tipping the cap, as it were. So Lumberjacks weekend over there, clevelandmonsters.com for all the details and tickets, info, all that. You'll get my last 2 pair this week. 4 tickets for you, Monsters, Bruins, coming up on the 1st. Good luck. Caller 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
To all our men and women in uniform,
I've been a lifelong fan, 20 years in the military, come back, and to find your afternoon show is f***ing horrible.
thanks from the Alan Cox Show.
Horrible.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I like when we can reach some kind of consensus with the audience. The spirit of debate, as it were. Your Cavaliers go down hard last night in Oklahoma City. The Thunder get their revenge to the tune of 20 points. So both teams now are tied for the very best team in the NBA. The Cavs and the Oklahoma City Thunder both now sitting at 34-6. 134-114 was the final. The Cavs will lick their wounds tonight and then play the Timberwolves tomorrow night in Minneapolis. That is a 9 o'clock tip-off here on MMS. Pregame around 8:30. You can also listen on the iHeartRadio app. And use the promo code Garland for 20% off. You want to get yourself some appropriate game day gear. You can do it there. There's also a lot of Buzzard merch. Always dropping new pieces there. You know, Rob, if you want to up your drip,
yes,
right?
Yes,
you got to look snatched.
All right,
in some of the CLE clothing stuff.
Low key.
Use the promo code Garland for 20% off.
As in Darius?
As in Darius. That's what I'm going with.
Love it.
So you have until 2 weeks from today. That'll be the last day of the month, and then we'll have a brand new promo code for you for February. But in the meantime, Garland for 20% off. Whether you're in store or online, you can do it. Speaking of 2 weeks from today, let's talk about 1 week from today. Friday the 24th. It's shaping up to be a real barn burner. Our buddy Tom Papa will return to the show. He's doing hilarities next weekend. And the return of Dr. Ryan Berglund, who has joined us for many years now. But it's been a minute since he's been here. I think his last appearance for Is It Red was in August. I usually try to get him in a few times a year. His first appearance of 2025 will be next Friday. If you're new to this show, Dr. Ryan Berglund is tops in his field. He is a surgical urologist over at the Cleveland Clinic. He's a Columbia and Harvard grad, and he could not be nicer, and he's got the pipes to boot. Sounds great on the air.
We should have a voice off. I keep hearing that I sound like him.
Yeah, I'm gonna be the worst voice on my own goddamn show when Berglund and Rob and I are in here. Hey, guys. So Dr. Ryan Berglund will join us, give of his time and his talent next Friday. This is when, guys, you call in, and ladies, too. A lot of guys are hesitant or embarrassed or whatever to consult a medical professional. The beauty of this segment is it's a lot easier to do over the phone than face-to-face. Dr. Berglund, however, is the genius architect behind your boy AC's vasectomy. So we go way back. And years ago, that wasn't even the first time he got going down there. He had my balls in his hand years ago. Just a standard checkup. Otherwise, we try to keep it professional. He's a professional first and foremost. And so he's an artiste in the world of urology. So anyway, we take your calls and messages and texts. Guys, you got some weird stuff going on down there. We've gotten calls from women who are new moms of little boys. We've had conversations on circumcision and penile cancer and the pearly penile papules, if you're a fan of alliteration. So Dr. Ryan Berglund, be thinking about it now, guys. You have the week to construct a question if you have one. We'll take your calls and your messages and all that. So Dr. Ryan Berglund will be back next Friday for Is It Red?
I think I'm just going to have to sit here with my mic off because I'm just going to be laughing the entire time. I'm not capable of having those because I think it's a nervous thing with me. Like if something makes me
this will be your
very
first Is It Red, won't it?
I think I just kind of laugh when that stuff comes up. So if he starts, I'm going to have a hard time telling you.
Well, again, what I've said in the past is when we take calls from people to hear them describe their own affliction, I instantly feel better. You know, I hate to do that at their expense.
Yeah, at
but
least
some of the guys who call, they're like, yeah, I had this happen and then this, and then I got, oh my God. But Ryan Berglund is so well versed in what all of these things mean that he can really steer people down the right path. And again, a lot of times he's like, obviously, I would need to, he would need to, there's only so much information you can impart over the phone. But a lot of times, people have called and said, Dr. Berglund saved my life. So,
now that you put it that way, I guess I probably, when people are actually calling to ask for help and someone is responding with help, I probably can dismiss my 10-year-old.
Well, don't get me wrong. No, listen, don't get me wrong. I'd be lying if I said I never laughed. We've been doing this segment a long time. And sometimes the person themselves will have a chuckle over it, Let me test you here, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, he chuckled a little bit.
No, I
okay.
didn't. No,
yeah,
I exhaled.
Oh.
Yeah, just exhaled.
So far, so good. You're 2-0.
You can't see me. It's so difficult.
All right, well, he'll be here next Friday. Let's do some rat chat, shall we?
Rat chat!
We have bureau chiefs in the greater Houston metropolitan area, one of whom sent me the story that drug-eating rats invaded an evidence room with Houston PD, disrupting hundreds of cases. This is not unprecedented. This has happened in other cities, but they are really concerned about this. Now, rats are consuming the drugs. Wink, wink. Oh, it must have been rats. They ate 10 kilos of cocaine out of the evidence room overnight. Like, wouldn't they all be dead or hopped up? Imagine a rat that's coked up. Hundreds of cases could be vulnerable to this. The district attorney has alerted defense attorneys all throughout the Houston metropolitan area. 3,600 open drug-related cases could be affected by this. John Whitmire is the mayor of Houston. He said, we've got 400,000 pounds of marijuana in storage, and the rats are the only ones enjoying it. They also got into packaging containing mushrooms. And so this storage facility has got a big issue with rats. I mean, listen, rats are everywhere. And down there in Houston, especially when you're in places that get flooded, Houston paved everything over. So when there's floods and hurricanes coming through, there's nowhere for that water to go except exactly where it lands. So they don't really have zoning issues in Houston. You put a church next to a strip club next to a school. That's how Houston blew up exponentially in a decade. But resultant from that is, when you have storms that come through with the frequency they do down there, it's going to bring all kinds of wild stuff. So rodentia. Eating your drugs. The rats are all high, said Chief Ann Kirkpatrick down there.
From the makers of Cocaine Bear, we bring you cocaine rats.
Yeah, marijuana rat.
Rat chat!
Yeah. Our boy Rat sent us an email. Rat will check in with us occasionally.
Oh, yeah.
He sent us an email, and he was laughing in the email because he's like, completely coincidentally, his mom bought him a giant bag of hot nuts, right? We haven't really gone down the hot nuts road in a minute. But Rat's mom got him a big bag of Cajun spicy hot nuts peanuts. And now I don't know if he's enjoying them yet, but
Hot nuts.
any opportunity
Anybody here wanna buy my nuts?
to unearth the old song.
Nuts. I've got nuts for sale.
How much do they cost?
1 for $5,
Yeah.
2 for 10. If you buy 'em once, you buy 'em again. Selling nuts, hot nuts. You buy 'em from the peanut man. Selling nuts, hot nuts. Anybody here wanna buy my nuts? Selling nuts, hot nuts. I've got nuts for sale. You tell me your nuts is mighty fine, but I bet your nuts ain't as hard as my selling nuts.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hot nuts.
Oh, in front of Peanut Man. Selling nuts. Okay, anyway, thank you, Rat. I appreciate that.
That first one she lets go is great. Nuts.
Nuts.
I love it.
Selling nuts.
Nuts.
Selling nuts,
The next one.
hot nuts. Anybody here wanna buy my nuts? Selling nuts, hot.
Rat Chat. Yes, indeed.
Nuts.
There you go. Selling nuts.
Hot nuts.
So, Rat, we always like hearing from you. Thank you for that.
Hey, you put up that picture of his truck, too, with the repping the Alan Cox Show
Yeah.
sticker.
Yep. The Alan Cox Show Facebook page, he sent me that. He's down there in Daytona. And I mailed him some stickers. I'm always happy to mail people stickers. In-state, out-of-state, I don't care. So you can always email me for those. I just sent out another batch yesterday morning. People go, hey. I mean, they don't have to show me where they're going to put it, but a lot of people do. They go, hey, I have this giant tool cabinet. I'm going to put it on there. It's for my toolbox. For the whatever.
I absolutely love his emails, too, because there's nothing in the body of the email. Everything he has to say, he says in the subject line.
Yes.
I got when he sent that sticker picture, it says Rat Tat, spreading his cocks in Daytona. Slamming bubble tea and watermelon. My anus is like a pea shooter.
Mm-hmm.
Stay warm. It's only 67 degrees here.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. The end.
That's a cold snap. You know, we're talking about the polar vortex. There isn't a part of the country next week that I think is going to be above 40 degrees. Like this time in Florida is when like iguanas start falling out of trees. You know, my son was down there for work. He was in Fort Lauderdale for work, air quotes, a couple of weeks ago. And I was like, watch out for the fallen iguanas. I had to get him hip to that. You remember Pizza Rat, don't you? Remember Pizza Rat? Rats are so pervasive in cities that people will always take a video of a rat trying to eat a piece of pizza. There's donut rat, escalator rat. I'll tell you what, the rat content creators are just, boy, you want to talk about people who are going to be the most hurt by if TikTok goes dark. A girl in New York waiting for the subway. We've got Reese's peanut butter cup rat now. Because she got video of this rat trying to drag a peanut butter cup across the tracks. There it is. Pulling it up underneath the rails. Once they get the taste, boy, they pulled it all the way across the tracks and then trying to get in there. Package is open. Trying to get in there and have a little bit. There it is, pulled again.
Watch.
And those are the king size Reese's peanut butter cups too.
Have you ever seen a New York City rat?
It's the size of a small dog.
I thought people were joking about
they're
that.
huge.
Freaking enormous. And
there
that's
are
a
more
small one.
There are more of them than people.
Oh, yeah. They're
anytime
everywhere.
and I think that's why these videos kind of go super viral. The huge rats go viral just because of their size. The small ones go viral because they're like, oh, look at this tiny rat.
Yeah.
Can you believe?
That's how
it's
they all
that
start.
Small, yes.
They just eat everything and become these giant dog-sized animals.
Yeah.
It's disgusting.
Much like Beetlejuice, you say his name and he appears. Hey, rat.
Hey, little radio buddies.
What's going on, rat? We were talking about your hot nuts photo. I'm sure you know that by now.
It's funny, all my buddies who listen to this show, they hear the damn word rat, and all of a sudden my phone's blowing up, and they're giving me the rat signal. They're like,
Of
they're talking
course,
about you.
yes.
Like, no, they're not. No, they're not.
Of course we are.
The rat signal.
Oh. The old rat signal. Hey, buddies, what's going on? You guys doing good?
Are you in Daytona still?
We won't say I'm in an undisclosed location. Yes, Daytona Beach.
Okay, good. An undisclosed location, yeah. He's in the WITSEC program right now.
Yeah, I'm good to say it because my Trumpy idiot uncles are doing drywall at my house, so ain't nobody messing with the house while I'm down here, you know?
Gotcha, okay.
Oh, man. But, yeah, there's roof rats down here. I've seen a couple. The big problem I'm dealing with, I'm not supposed to mention anything about my dad or stepmom since my dad said, you can't tell the whole God-loving nation stuff on live air. So he's getting mad. I'm trying to, introduce him to the show. And, I record anytime I call on YouTube, I record it and I send it to them. They just can't stand it.
They are embarrassed, aren't they? You're the black sheep of that family already, and here they are trying to get you to censor yourself, Rat, but we don't want that.
No, we want fun time.
Well, we want you to be a rat in full. We want you to be the fullest, most formed rat that there could be.
Free rat.
Free rat.
That's right. That's right. Bill Squire said it best. Well, rats do what they want to do and go where they want to go.
That's right, like the Addams family.
That's right. My dad, actually, speaking of family, a shout out to my Uncle Greg. He's on his last couple breaths in Cleveland. My dad actually had to fly back to Cleveland while I'm here hanging out with the step monster because Uncle Greg's passing away. So, love you, Uncle Greg. Hang in there.
I'm sorry to hear about that.
Yeah, it's rare form. It is what it is, but I'm glad my dad got to see him while he's still breathing.
Right. This is your dad's brother?
Dad's brother. Dad's
Okay.
Vietnam vet. He had one brother out there in, Columbia Station or something. That might be out by you. I don't know where that is.
It's out in the boonies, yeah.
But yeah, man, the animals down here, the one thing is my parents are so old, they can't see. They cannot visualize the fruit flies and the ants crawling around the house. We've got ghost ants down here, Alan. They're microscopic.
Oh,
you can't see them.
Those are the only ghosts I believe in, Rat, are those ghost ants.
Oh, my God.
Pretty soon you're going to have a ghost uncle.
Yeah, sooner than later. Oh, my God. That's good. My dad's going to hate that one.
Well, R.I.P.
Yeah, but I've been going and sneaking out to the garage at night to do my, my little puffs on the old, my dad calls it the reefer pipe. And
yeah,
you gotta check it because these ants are out there. I'm sucking in an ant. I sucked in a damn ant, Alan. I don't know. My weed was too sweet, or maybe I got some hash in there and they're eating it. I don't understand it.
Oh, I don't either. But you don't want those in your throat, Rat.
Hey, remember, I thought you might have one of those ant throats.
No, I don't have anything like that. All right, well, listen.
When you
take care of yourself, Rat. Okay, I got to move on, but take care of yourself.
Yeah, I'll email you for a sticker, and I'll send you some more videos there, Robbie.
Sounds good, man. Can't wait. Make sure you keep it in your pants, all right?
Yes, all right. Love you too, Rat. There's Rat. He is the one who is... he's the one who sends a Rob video of him dancing, and we're just sitting there puckered because they're like, when is he going to whip it out? He never does.
Nope.
He always stays a gentleman and keeps it professional. But we do watch it with Goodbye Horses playing in the background because we're waiting.
I was convinced
for something untoward to happen.
That first one, it was so reminiscent of like Silence of the Lambs. I'm like, this guy's going to yank it out right now.
I know. He was dancing around his coffee table or something.
Yep. And he got up on the chair, and then it was like now it was like right eye level with the camera.
Yeah.
And I'm like, here it is.
I think his reefer pipe was on full display too.
Sure was.
We just wanted him to keep his other pipe in his pants. And he did. He did.
Yes.
Yep.
He's been very respectful with his genitals.
He was on Captain Fun's Floating Fandango this past year. Love seeing him in person, in the flesh, when he can make it up here.
You've said it every single time he calls, but it is so funny to hear him on a phone call versus the things you read that he sends you.
Yes.
He's so much more articulate when he calls. He's
just like, coherent. Like when his emails, you need a decoder ring to figure them out, right? It's like reading one of Dick from Dayton's greeting cards. But when you talk to Rad, he's a good dude.
He's a good dude.
I'm glad he's safe and he's down there, and condolences to the family there.
For sure.
All right, I got a break here. You want to send me a text, 35192. If you want to go to that Say Santa tour, that show, second year for that. It's Primus. It's a perfect circle. It's Pussifer, all of them on stage, all at the same time. It's going to happen May 25 out at Blossom. So those tickets coming back, and then 4:30 is the next chance for you to grab $1,000. There's another keyword coming courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show. Alan Cox.
On WMMS.
When is Maynard's birthday proper?
Let's have a look.
Maynard Keenan's birthday is, well, it just has the birth year. April 17th. Okay, so we'll get him about a month after he turns 61. Maynard Keenan, of course, the pride of Ravenna, Ohio. We went to his winery and his record store when we were out in Sedona a couple of years ago, rather. He's got a vineyard out there. Merkin Vineyards is the name of it. And the food was phenomenal, by the way. The food was way better than it needed to be. He's got a record store in Jerome, Arizona. And we went over to Merkin Vineyards to have lunch.
And I assume it's named that because of what it is? Like he's just kind of making a joke?
Yeah, he's being a goof.
Love it.
Yeah.
Love it.
And then he's got like a giant tasting room out there. We didn't go to that, but went to the record store and went to Merkin Vineyards. It was very, very good.
Such an interesting dude.
I think so.
He's got his hands into everything. So good for rock and roll.
Yeah. Yes. So, yeah, April 17th, 1964 is his birthday proper. James Herbert Keenan. And so by the time he gets here, we will be celebrating him turning 61. Cavaliers lose against the Thunder last night by 20 points. It was a rough night for them. So both teams now are tied for first place in the league, 34-6 is where the Cavs and the Thunder sit. The Cavs have tonight off. Tomorrow night, they will be playing a 9 o'clock tip-off against the Minnesota Timberwolves. I don't know how the Timberwolves are doing. They're 21-19. Okay, so they're halfway through the pack there in the West. But Thunder, Cavs, both 34-6. They're now neck and neck. They're in the league. So Cavs probably get it back tomorrow night. And then they'll play here at home on Monday. Okay. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, tell me where you do that. If you do it from out of state, because I like to know where people are. Evan listens in Minneapolis. Jackie is in Paramus, New Jersey. Jordan is another listener in St. Louis. A lot of people there. Rick is in Albuquerque. Mike's in Livonia, Michigan. That's suburban Detroit. Rob's in Marshall, Michigan. And Adam listens in Elmore, Vermont. You know where Elmore, Vermont is?
I don't. I'm very familiar with Vermont, but I don't know where
Never been there.
Elmore is.
After hearing your conversation about Joanne Fabrics, my band and I decided to change our name to Thunderdome for Karens. Our former name, Clit Rattler.
Hey, how do you like that? I'll tell you what. That's what a guy named Rob early on because of the timbre of his voice. And then I referred to Joanne Fabrics as Thunderdome for Karens, and people seem to enjoy that. I got a lot of messages from people who were like, I enjoy that. So it's been an interesting week. You know, we do something called the Week in Cox. That is Sunday mornings. It's 8 to 10. It's 2 hours of the best stuff from the week. If you're up early or whatever, you can kind of hear it all condensed. And there's been a lot of things that have kind of happened this week. We've got people are enjoying the Mr. Well, I've ruined the Mr. Belvedere song for them, I guess. Or they're driving now and they're singing our version of it after Bob Uecker died. Remember the lyrics? Drop kick a baby when you come in the door. No one cares. You stole all the waffles. They call you mama a whore. No one's there. Right. So that's how people are singing it now. And that's fine because it's not like the show is in syndication. People probably hadn't thought about maybe this will give Mr. Belvedere like a second life. I have to think that because Bob Uecker died, that maybe there's one of these, free streamers that's got a license for Mr. Belvedere. I don't know who has that, but Alan, I'm driving around singing about drop kicking babies and waffles and whore mothers, and I can't stop.
Just drop kick a baby is so visual.
Baby when you walk in the door. Well, is that worse than throwing your coat in the corner? That's what he's talking about. It's a show about a butler. I mean, to him, those are probably equally egregious. He's devoted his adult life to buttling. And here you walk in and, Bob Uecker's a slob.
He kicks that jacket.
Yeah, throws the jacket in the corner.
Drop kick your
baby. When you're under the door. Yeah. Alan, you talk about cool parents. I think you're pretty cool. You have a show named after you. You made out with Courtney Love. You punched Vanilla Ice. And you tossed a woman's salad on a first date. I mean, when you line them up like that.
Check, check, check.
You're starting to convince me. No, I've never, ever been cool. But when you line them up like that. Okay, so yes, over the course of a 30-year broadcasting career, 4 things. Hey, I'll take it. Alan, FYI, Mr. Belvedere once sat on his nuts so hard it shut down filming production for 3 days. Look it up. It's real. All right.
I have never, ever done that. I know that people say that happens. I've done it like you cross your leg over, like that famous gif of that guy crossing his leg and just kind of like screams out in pain. I've done that. I've never sat on my balls.
Is that infamous Mr. Belvedere story actually true, is what this article says. And there's a trigger warning. This article contains discussion of physical trauma. TV urban legend. The recording of an episode of Mr. Belvedere had to be delayed for a week because the actor who played Mr. Belvedere, that's the late actor Christopher Hewitt, I think was his name, accidentally injured his testicles. Well, you never injure them on purpose. And maybe the Jackass guys. I think it's probably a given that you accidentally injure them. But is it made up? Christopher Hewitt, the acclaimed theatrical actor. This was a story that Jay Moore told in his book 20 years ago. Did it actually happen, though, they say? Oh, they say it's true. Okay. There's a lot of roads to go down on this because it's various people. It sounds like kind of a big game of telephone, but
so they delayed filming for a week because he sat on his nuts?
He fell backwards riding in a convertible in the Hollywood Christmas parade and sat on his nuts. This was confirmed by a man named Jeff Stein, who was the executive producer of Mr. Belvedere. He said, it's not an urban legend, it's true. Christopher Hewitt fell backwards riding in a convertible. We had to shut down for a week while he healed.
I think the best part is right now the person that was driving that convertible is telling this exact same story.
Yeah.
I would tell that story every single day. Yeah, I stepped on the gas a little too hard. Ass over tea kettle went Mr. Belvedere and he squished his nuts. They had to stop shooting for a week.
Yeah. Wow, thanks for that tip, Texter. That's a good one. Yeah.
Drop kick a baby.
Right when you walk in the door. You stole all the waffles and called your mom a whore. You can make up your own. This is what I'm saying. Off the top of your head. That's all I did. Off the top of your head, you can make them up. And you'll have fun with your own. You don't have to be constrained by my nonsense. You can do whatever you want to do. Alan, I'm still driving around singing Rob's Effin' Pie song. Right. From Christmas.
You're welcome.
I'll have some effing pie. Well, some people just don't want to let the holidays go.
And the vagina one. The kids singing vagina.
Oh, vagina.
Yeah.
Yeah, that too. Hey, there's money here for you. It's $1,000, your second to last keyword of the week, and then we'll start up again on Monday. So good luck. It is $1,000 here from the Buzzard Bookie.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Money. That's money. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Money. All right, well, good luck. I've got some food news here for you. Progresso Soup, just to add to the coming hellscape, Progresso Soup has introduced something they're calling soup drops. These are candies tasting like soup. for National Soup Month. I don't know when that is, maybe February. Soup drops are, it says, soup you can suck on. So they're like Werther's Originals, that style of candy, but they taste like chicken noodle soup.
It's disgusting.
The snozberries taste like snozberries. So it's like a soup flavored cough drop.
Yeah, it's a bouillon cube in the shape of a cough drop, right?
So I guess that's what, are these supposed to be cough drops, or I don't know. For decades, boy, this feels like a goof. It feels like we're all joking or we're all getting trolled here. I mean, the vice president of Progresso is named MC Cummings. I mean, that sounds like a DJ at the AVN Awards. Progresso Soup has brought you cozy comfort on chilly days. When you're sick, nothing is truly more reassuring than chicken noodle soup. So we thought, why stop at the soup bowl? See, this is the weird-ass stuff that companies have to come up with just to, keep their name out there, get people paying attention to what they're doing. Hey, F you, Campbell's. We're Progresso, right? Why stop at the soup bowl? Yeah, except the comforting part is the warmth of the soup.
Correct.
Not the flavor of the soup.
Yeah, may I go on to say the flavor, not very good. The warmth, fantastic.
And it's almost negligible. I mean, listen, I like soup. I'm more of a chili man. I mean, I'll never turn down chili. Chili to me is like pizza. You got to work to screw it up. But soup, I don't know if people are going to walk around and go, I'll tell you what, these soup lozenges are really scratching me where I itch.
I think it's your point of staying relevant, right? Like, who cares? You do something stupid, people talk about it. Like right now, we're talking about Progresso soup for the first time in years.
I guess January is National Soup Month. This month.
I make soups all the time. I love soup.
Do you?
I do.
I don't ever make them. I'm happy to buy them. But chili, I'm always experimenting with.
Yeah, I cook a lot. I love to cook. And soups this time of year, especially like next week, I'll probably do 2 or 3 because it's just going to suck. Here's
what I think you should do. Buy some of the soup drops. You can get them at progressosoupdrops.com. They started selling them yesterday. What you should do is you should drop a whole can of these into a pot of boiling water and see what you end up with.
I think you should do that. I make soup. I make soup. You just like soup.
Mm. Right. I would buy a can of soup.
Right.
You're making it. You make it with the soup drops.
Well, it might be better if it's full flavor like that.
Yeah. Well, that's the way that the VP describes it. Savory veggies, chicken, egg noodles, and a hint of parsley have all been stirred up in our drops.
So gross. MC Cummings.
Yeah. Yep. Now, do you play the soup dragons when you're making your soup? Or, you know?
I don't.
Any black grape, anything like that?
Nope. I should. I definitely should.
Remember the soup dragons?
I remember the name.
Wow. I'm free to do what I want any old time. Oh, I love the soup dragons.
Yeah, you could have played this.
Jim McCullough.
You could have given me 20 guesses and I would have never come up with that.
Really?
Nope. I know the song.
They had a couple of hits. I'm Free, Divine Thing. Soup Dragons would have been early 90s?
Yep.
Late 80s, early 90s. They sounded a lot like The Farm. There was a band back then as well called The Farm. Had a couple of big hits, but Soup Dragons they had a couple of big hits. This was all over MTV, by the way, if you were watching music television in 1992. Well, it was on until Nirvana dropped Smells Like Teen Spirit, and then that's all MTV was showing. 24 hours a day was the Smells Like Teen Spirit video. But before that, and Soup Dragons were only around for a few years. They had a couple of big hits. They were art school dudes, and then they got out of the biz. Anyway, Rob's not listening to them while he's making soup.
Maybe I will now.
All right. Well, to quote them, Rob, you're free to do what you want.
Any old time.
Any old time. Or how about bowling for soup?
Oh.
You know, in the pantheon of bands that have soup in the name, I don't know if there's anything more.
What was their big song?
Well, the
Yeah,
one
that
that my
one.
daughter loves is called 1985.
That's the one.
Where the guy is rattling off all the stuff, you know. The mom isn't cool. You want to talk about cool parents? The mom's all bummed because she wishes it was 1985, and she's not cool with her kids. They're like, so it's a lot of name checks of like Van Halen and Madonna, and it's in the chorus, right? Catchy, though.
One man, what happened to her plan? She was gonna be an actress, she was gonna be a star, she was gonna shake her knee on the hood of Whitesnake's car. Her yellow.
How old is this song? Is this a 20-year-old song?
It's got to be, right? I mean, the lead singer's all I think there's like 3 fat guys in that band.
Oh, okay. Yeah, 2004. It's a 21-year-old song. Wow.
The other one I was thinking of was "Girl All the Bad Guys Want." That's the one that I was that popped into my head when I thought of the band.
Oh, okay. Who was that? That was
Bowling for Soup. Yeah.
Girl, All the Bad Guys Want.
Yep.
Oh, I was thinking of Good Girl Gone Bad. Was that Cobra Verde or something like that? Girl, All the Bad Guys Want?
Yep.
I don't have that one in here.
Oh, no?
No. Nope.
That one, I mean, that would make, I'm sure it was not the hit that was, obviously. Right. But Butch Walker wrote that song.
Oh, okay. Girl, All the Bad Guys Want. Bowling for Soup.
And I would have to assume there's no cursing in it. You'll know this.
These guys are from Texas. I thought they were from Milwaukee or something. Never heard it.
Get the hook. You killed it, man.
She likes the Godsmack. I've never heard that song.
That's surprising.
Yep.
You were on a alt station, right?
In 04 I was, yeah.
That was I remember that was pretty big.
I'm thinking of Cobra Starship. Good girls go. Bird. Remember that song?
I do.
Bird. That's a good one. Okay, anyway. Well, we've really covered a lot of ground there, but the point is that Progresso is dropping those lozenges that taste like soup.
And those are the 2 bands I should listen to whilst making soup.
Whilst, yes. And they have banned Red Dye number 3.
It's my favorite of the red dyes, too.
It was banned. Yeah, I'm partial to it as well. It was banned from cosmetics friggin' 40 years ago because of cancer risk, but they kept it in food because things in food can't hurt you. I think it's been outlawed in Europe for a while. So the FDA has officially banned Red Dye number 3. They're giving them until 2027 to figure it all out. So if it's something, I'll tell you what, it's no joke. If you meet somebody who is allergic to a specific food dye, it sounds silly, but if they are, I had a friend who couldn't have anything with red dye in it because she was deathly allergic to it. It's crazy. Because then you got to be checking, it's in so many things. So like cough syrups and candy, and maybe there's some in them soup drops. I don't know. So they've banned FD&C Red number 3.
It sounds like a Lou Bega song.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Gonna ban Red Dye.
Red Dye ban. So anyway, there's your food news. I'm going to take a break. If you want to send me a text, 35192 to do that. You can watch on our YouTube channel and listen anywhere on the iHeart Radio app.
The Alan Cox Show.
WMMS.
Buzzard Radio.
Need a plumber?
At NJAM Insurance, we like to think of ourselves as a symphony. We start with a foundation of doing the right thing. Then we layer in dedicated reps whose priority is you. Add in excellent discount programs. And last, but certainly not least, we put our policyholders first. And the reason we don't use jingles or mascots is because it's just not us. NJM Insurance, proud partner of the Cleveland Browns. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Kia of Streetsboro. 99 cents get you driving. Kia of Streetsboro. 99 cents down. Kia of Streetsboro. Stop in and see how much you'll save. Kia of Streetsboro. Kia of Streetsboro.com.
It's time to warm up those buns with a new Kia from Kia of Streetsboro. Features like heated seats and heated steering wheel will keep you warm all winter long. Get the hottest deals right now on any new Kia in stock at Kia of Streetsboro. Take advantage of their low down payments and monthly payments with interest rates as low as 0%. These are the kind of blazing low prices you have to see to believe. Plus, burn those prices even lower when you trade in your current ride. So warm up those buns and cruise around in your brand new Kia. It's winter warmer days at Kia of Streetsboro. Seize the road at Kia of Streetsboro or KiaofStreetsboro.com, where the thrill begins.
Kia of Streetsboro. Kia of Streetsboro.com.
See dealer for details. Expires 1/31/25.
Hi, welcome to IKEA. How can I help you? My schedule is crazy. I just want some me time. We could all use a sanctuary from stress. Why not turn your bedroom into the place to decompress with our selection of comfortable beds, pillows, decor, mood lighting, and so much more? Every time you step in there, it's nothing but me time. I mean, you time.
Sounds like a dream.
Here to make your me time dreams come true. Visit us in-store or at ikea-usa.com/sleep to create a comfy, blissful bedroom today.
Happy New Year and new vehicle from Volkswagen of Streetsboro. This January, make your New Year's resolution to get an incredible deal on any new vehicle in stock at Volkswagen of Streetsboro, including the Volkswagen Jetta and the versatile Volkswagen Tiguan. Bring your trade to Volkswagen of Streetsboro and get up to $5,000 over Kelley Blue Book toward any new Volkswagen in stock. New year, new you by upgrading your vehicle at VW of Streetsboro. 2025 is also bringing you interest as low as 0.9%. Volkswagen of Streetsboro wants to move our 2024 inventory to make way for 2025's. So now is the time. Bring in your trade to get up to $5,000 over KBB toward any new Volkswagen in stock. Hurry, because inventory is going fast. So bring your trade to Volkswagen of Streetsboro today. Make this new year one to remember at VWofStreetsboro.com. See dealer for details or call him at 330-342-7000.
Build your business with a partner you can trust. The Home Depot. When you join Pro Extra, you get lower than shelf pricing and dedicated support to help you streamline your business and stay on budget. Get dedicated pro support for supply sourcing, custom orders, large equipment rentals, and more. At the Home Depot, we supply the support your job needs with the level of service your business deserves. The Home Depot, how pros get more done.
Whoa, so cool. Tiny little robots.
Hundreds of them.
But Tyler, why are you making toys?
Toys? Josh, you're holding a sophisticated furnace repair bot.
Bot?
That's right, deployed directly into your system to diagnose and fix any issue.
But Mitchell's technicians are real furnace repair magicians. With their human touch, they can tackle any system and make any repair. No need to overcomplicate it.
For truly magical furnace repair, call Mitchell's 1 hour at mitchellsmagic.com.
You hungry? You know you are. We got chicken fingers, crunchy, fries are golden crispy, baby. Yo, don't forget about the cane sauce, baby. Ooh, right, it hits the spot. Hello!
Circle K's new meal deals have arrived, starting at just $3. Choose from a hot dog, breakfast sandwich, or pizza. Plus, every meal comes with a drink. Got a bigger appetite? Upgrade to $4 or $5 for even more delicious options. Fast, easy, and affordable. Swing by Circle K today for great meals at unbeatable prices.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's
And a catalog of their studio albums on vinyl.
All thanks to Metallica.
iHeartRadio has your chance.
Just listen to this station on the new and improved free iHeartRadio app.
To win.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Dave's Cosmic Sub Studios. Feed your Dave's Crave today.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Cox. Cox. Is that with an X? Yes.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
I'm a darn good lover in the morning. I'm a darn good lover in the noontime. I'm a darn good lover in the evening. And I'm a darn good lover late at night. Once you try me, you'll settle for nothing less. 'Cause I can make you feel good, 'cause I am the best. I bet you I can make you sing the Campbell Soup song. I bet you I can make you sing the Campbell Soup song. I bet you I can make you sing the Campbell Soup song. I tell you I can make you sing the Campbell Soup song. You'll say, ooh, good, good. I bet you I can make you sing the Campbell Soup.
Here's the late, great Clarence Carter, the guy that did Strokin' back in the day. He's got somebody turned me on to the Soup song. You get what he's doing there?
I sure
He's
do.
like, oh, I'm so good in the sack. You're going to say, good. I wonder if Campbell's Soup heard that. And I don't know if maybe they issued him a cease and desist, but Clarence Carter had an album called On Your Feet, of course, and on that was the Soup song there. Of course, he was mostly known for stroking, right? Clarence Carter, Clarence Carter, Clarence Carter.
He's screaming.
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you this. Have you ever made love on a couch?
A couch?
Of course.
Man, let me write this down. These are some good ideas.
Have you ever made love on the back seat of a car?
Oh, man, this
car?
guy, he's...
Who would do that?
Woof. This is a list of locations. It's great.
Came and shined his light on me.
That happened to me in high school.
I'm stroking.
What are you doing?
That's what I'm doing. I be stroking.
In which direction are you stroking? That's what I'd like to know next.
I stroke it to the east.
Okay.
And I stroke it
All right. To whom do you stroke it? Oh, all right.
I love the best.
Yeah.
I be stroking.
What happened to North and South?
This guy was a multi-directional stroker, but only side to side. I
Got
guess.
it.
How long has it been since you made love?
Oh boy, that's a really good question.
Huh? Did you make love yesterday?
No, sir.
Let me check my calendar here. God, this guy's so nosy.
Really?
Did you make love last week?
Well, let me check. I gotta go
yeah,
back
I
and
gotta-
check. It's
written down somewhere.
Did you
Yep.
make love last year?
Well, I mean,
I'm
it's the
sure I
beginning
did
of
that.
this
I
year,
would assume
yeah.
that's
Or
something.
maybe it might be that you make it hard, long, soft, short, and be stroking.
Ah, boy.
I be stroking.
Anyway, that guy doesn't stop until his lady is sexified. But
That Soup song, I've never heard that, and that I don't know that I've ever heard another Clarence Carter song other than Strokin'. I think that was the only song I'd ever heard.
well, he had Slip Away. He had Backdoor Santa. Yeah, those were his biggest songs. If only we'd gotten to that before the break. A Slip Away, though, is probably, I'm going to go on a limb and bet that the song Slip Away is about he and his woman slipping away so that they
To
can
make
make
love.
love on a couch, in a car. That's right.
Have you ever slipped away to make love?
I don't mean slip out. Have you ever slipped away? Clarence
Actually-
Carter's blind, yeah?
Is he really?
Yeah, I think so. Or he just likes really dark glasses. And, well, anyway, yeah, Clarence Carter. Thank you, whoever pointed me in the direction of the Soup song.
You imagine knowing you're so good at something that you can write albums of it? Like, this guy's so good at laying pipe. He just like, I'm going to write another one.
Whether he is or not, right? Perception is reality.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. He's majored in braggadocio, as it were.
Looking for a fox.
Mm-hmm. There is a movie from, it's got to be 15 years old. Did you ever remember the movie Dig? We were talking about Soup Dragons. We were talking about those kinds of movies. There's a documentary called Dig. And I was reading that they're putting it back in theaters. Now, I didn't see it in the theater. I saw it on television a few years later. But Dig is this documentary that chronicles these two bands who are on the road. I don't remember if they were on the road together. One band was, and people might remember both of these bands. One band was called the Dandy Warhols, which is a great name. And the other band was called the Brian Jonestown Massacre. They were taking Brian Jones's name from the Rolling Stones and putting it together with Jim Jones, right? The Brian Jonestown Massacre. And Dig was this movie that followed these two bands on the road. And these were just straight ahead rock and roll bands. Two bands from the West Coast who really kind of peaked in the early aughts. And both of them, their vibe was kind of very retro. Like both bands were leaning heavily into that like psychedelic 60s sound. I think Dandy Warhols might have been a little bit more commercially successful because they did a couple of TV show themes, I think. But the Brian Jonestown Massacre was the band that got everybody's attention because the frontman was bananas. There are videos on YouTube of him fighting on stage with the other band members. And so Anton Newcomb is the Anton Newcomb, frontman for the Brian Jonestown Massacre. I don't know if either of these bands are still together. Or together again. I think they both kind of broke up. But this movie Dig I love it. Every so often it'll be on like IFC or something. It'll just happen to be on. But just these two bands that were trying to get their thing going 20 years ago, around there. And they don't really make bands like that anymore, right? It's not very often that you see an onstage brawl. We saw it with Jane's Addiction.
Yeah.
Right? That's why everybody was kind of so taken aback by that, because you just don't see that very often.
And that was, there was a punch thrown, hardly a brawl, right?
Yes.
That's as close as we came.
Yeah.
But there were definitely some monster drag-out brawls back in the day.
Brian Jonestown Massacre played for 10 hours in front of 10 people at the Communist Party headquarters in Cleveland. I don't know if anybody listening remembers that. And the documentary crew's following them around, and everybody's just blowing rails of cocaine on the table, whatever. They don't care. They were in it to have a good time, and whatever came out of that musically, they were like, well, this is what it is. And there was a lot of puffery involved. Brian Jonestown Massacre, this guy was like, we'll never be forgotten. We're starting a musical revolution. Blah, blah, blah. But the movie is called Dig, and if you've never seen it, even if you don't know anything about either of these bands, it's a wild watch. To me, it's like, as far as rock documentaries go, it's way up there, but I never, ever see it mentioned. They have Gimme Shelter and all the massive bands we know that have been documented, but Dig from 2004. It might be streaming somewhere. I don't know. I haven't seen it in a long, long time, but they're putting it back in theaters starting today. So I don't know if it is showing locally. It's a long documentary. It's shy of 3 hours.
Oof.
Yeah. And it's probably, I'm sure it's out there on DVD or something. But as far as rock documentaries go, I love Dig.
What's your favorite?
Favorite rock documentary?
Yeah.
I don't know. Dig it's up there. I really like the Metallica documentary. I really like Some Kind of Monster.
Very good.
When those guys are like melting down. My favorite is probably The Decline of Western Civilization Part 2, which was the metal one.
Okay.
The Penelope Spheris one.
I don't think I saw that one.
Where Chris Holmes, because Part 1 was punk. Part 2 was the 80s metal bands. That's probably my favorite rock documentary. I know you like it, Might Get Loud.
I really like that.
Yeah.
I love The Last Waltz.
See, I wasn't into the band.
Yeah, I love
so
that.
I've never seen it. Everybody says it's great.
It's cool just to see all the people that come in and out of that. Like Bob Dylan shows up, and there's all these. For me, that I love that history part of it. Like it's really awesome. And then I'll be able to say it's Led Zeppelin after February 6th.
Yeah.
Becoming Led Zeppelin will be my favorite.
Oh, we're going to see that, yeah?
We sure are.
Stop Making Sense is one of my favorite documentaries, The Talking Heads.
Also very good.
Yeah. And then there's one called Hype that's about the early days of grunge, like as those bands are breaking out. That was mid-90s too.
I don't think I saw that one.
Love Hype. So like I never got into like Woodstock or the band or, but Dig is one of those rock docs that I don't ever think about that frequently, but I saw they're putting it back in theaters, and it's a wild watch.
Obviously, the one Disney did was great, but again, I haven't gotten through it all the way. It was the one on the Beatles.
Yeah,
I forget what it was called, but it was good.
Alan, if you can watch a 3-hour documentary, you can watch Braveheart. Yeah, but a documentary is real life. I don't need Mel Gibson pretending to be a guy from 500 years ago. Like I don't, isn't that what it is? He's like, freedom, okay.
Run, and you may live, at least for a while, but stay and fight.
Yeah.
How about Gimme Shelter? Did you ever see that one?
Saw Gimme Shelter.
That's a good one.
Yep. That's Altamont, yeah?
Yep.
The Stones?
Yep.
Alan went and saw Anton Newcomb in 2007. That's the Brian Jonestown Massacre guy. At a crappy bar in Tremont. Well, you're going to have to narrow that down for me. He came out in a Jesus robe with 7 hot chicks. They sat on the floor. He played acoustic guitar. It sucked, and we left. Yeah, but also, that's one of those things where, like if you've ever seen a band before people really knew who they were in a record store, or, everybody, hopefully you have one of those stories. I saw so-and-so before everybody knew who they were. People love to tell those stories. And some people are making it up, but if you have one of those, it's pretty good. How is Spinal Tap not your favorite rock documentary? Oh, that's a good question.
You know what?
Favorite mockumentary.
My wife just texted me and reminded me to one of my favorite documentaries that I've ever seen in my life, music or other. Did you watch Summer of Soul, the one that Questlove did?
Yep.
That was unbelievably good.
Yeah.
That may have been one of my favorites of all time.
Mm-hmm.
Just because everybody was talking about, you mentioned Woodstock. Everybody was talking about that, right?
The Harlem Culture Festival.
The world was talking about Woodstock, man. And then all of a sudden, this festival happens. I mean, Sly and the Family Stone. Everybody is at this thing.
Yeah.
It's just incredible.
Gil Scott-Heron and all those, yeah.
It's so good. That one, I mean, definitely put that on the list for anybody who has not seen that.
It's on Hulu.
So good. Thank you, Melissa.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of mockumentaries, I got an email from Elizabeth. And she goes, Alan, I don't know if you've noticed, but Becky from Wayne County's fake story that was actually a bit from The Office turned into a different bit from The Office on your show. It's getting very meta, by the way. And she sent me a link to one of the episodes, and I understand what she's saying. Becky called and she got one over on us because she goes, yeah, I had this friend who hurt his nuts. He stabbed his nuts at a wedding. I used to work for this paper company. And
with a key.
With a key, right. And it completely went over my head. And then other people were adding on, I had a friend who, an old Asian guy taught him karate and blah, blah, blah. But she's right. There's an episode of The Office where they're all sitting around. Michael wants them to engage in a grief counseling session. And nobody really wants to participate until people start telling him stories that are movies and he doesn't get it. Remember this?
No.
Pam starts talking about $1 Billion Baby. See, Kevin just killed the momentum on the whole bit. But thank you, Elizabeth. I don't know that I would have made that connection there.
So basically, if we're
Getting
putting it all
meta.
together, Becky may have come up with the ultimate troll. She may have been the GOAT.
Yeah.
She may be the GOAT.
I think unwittingly. I think she was just dipping in with a funny thing. I'm sure she thought we'd get it immediately and have a good larf. But because I'm a moron, I didn't. I took it at face value. We were so deep in it talking about genital trauma with people with their real stories. Because that is the nature of fake news, isn't it? You mix enough truth with enough mis or disinformation, you can't tell what's what. I bet she didn't mean to do that. She just didn't count on us being so dumb that we wouldn't get it.
She's going to go down as the GOAT. This is going to continue forever. Now it's gone back into the same show, which did exactly this.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah. She is, she's a savant, really.
We should erect a statue to her in the studio.
I mean, I don't want to get ahead of ourselves here, but, we don't have the budget for that.
I didn't say how big it was.
Statue to me implies it's going to be sizable, like something that you could see very well without the use of glasses or anything like
desktop statue. And it's not going to be not too bad.
Alan, you said you liked Rattle and Hum. That is true. I liked Rattle and Hum. It is not one of my favorite documentaries, but it did move me toward being able to appreciate you two. Alan, I have a story like that about the Alkaline Trio back in 1999. They spent the night at my apartment that I shared with two other roommates, and the drummer at the time, his girlfriend, was on tour. She was selling the merch. She slept on the couch and kept queefing. Probably farting, right? I mean,
I would imagine.
Yeah. He sent live audio. Oh my
now, being an alkaline trio, did they have to sleep? Did they have to sleep head to head?
I mean, I don't know.
To keep the batteries in the right position.
Yeah, I don't know. But I like the Alkaline. They're a hometown band. The Alkaline Trio. Matt Skiba. He was in Blink-182 for a while when Mark Hoppus was dealing with cancer, I believe. Or no, was that when Tom DeLonge left?
When Tom, when he was all aliened up.
He was a ufologist. What they call people doing that. Okay. Yeah, no, I remember years ago, we were living in Ohio City at the time. We'd only been here a couple of years. And a friend of ours in New York goes, hey, some friends of mine in a band are playing Cleveland, and they really don't have a lot of money. Could they crash with you guys? And we were like, no, we don't have a huge place. I don't really want to mess with that. Our dog was relatively new, and she wasn't, we were still trying. We're like, no. And then years ago, we found out the band was Foster the People.
No.
Yeah. The Pumped Up Kicks dudes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good band.
Yeah, they're okay. I mean, the songs that I hear, I go, these guys are good. They're good at what they do.
The song after that I liked a lot. I can't remember what the hell it was, but it was, I liked them.
But Pumped Up Kicks was the big one.
Oh, yeah.
Huge. That's what got him their record deal and all that.
And it's such a weird thing, too, because every time you hear that song, you're like, yeah, this song's a bop. And then you listen to the words and you're like, ooh.
It's about a school shooting.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, yeah. So, never met the guys, but they almost slept in our living room. Rob is absolutely right. That's a great documentary. There's so little legit live Jackson 5 footage.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody was there. That was, oh, God, that's so good.
Alan, I saw Arcade Fire at the Beachland Ballroom early 2000. Yeah, I cannot get into that band, boy. I mean, there's a guy up there playing a helmet.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Like, okay, you could do this music with 8 fewer people and still probably have just as many people showing up. That's Canada for you. Oh, boy.
Wacky Canadians.
I got a break. If you want to send me a text, 35192. The last chance today for you, last chance of the week to get some money here is coming up around 5:30. Listen for that next keyword to grab $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Increasing clouds tonight down to 33.
safe on the road.
Have you made your favorite station a preset on our new and improved iHeartRadio app?
Wait, what?
What about your favorite podcast?
You could do that? Yeah, you really can.
Whatever you choose, it's as easy as a tap to make a preset. And with the all-new live radio dial, it's easier than ever to discover new stations you'll love, plus a new trending section and the lyrics to all your favorite songs.
Love the new look of the iHeartRadio app, guys.
It's everything you love about your car radio in the palm of your hand. Find out what everyone's talking about and get the new and improved free iHeartRadio app today.
The Alan Cox Show.
Alan, it says here that you call yourself one of the few gay goat farmers in the great state of Tennessee.
On 100.7 WMMS.
The White Stripes, by the way, Jack White is doing that No Name tour. Comes to the Agora on April the 16th, and the tickets are nearly impossible to get, but we've got them. So if you go to AlanCoxShow.com, hit the contest page there, and you can try to win those tickets. Wednesday night, April the 16th, Jack White at the world-famous Agora. Cavs lose pretty substantially last night in Oklahoma City to the Thunder. Both teams now at 34-6. Cavs lost by 20. But they will play the Timberwolves tomorrow night. That's a 9 o'clock tip-off, 8:30 pregame here on MMS. It will, however, preempt our Saturday night metal show. So if you tune in for 2 hours to midnight on Saturday nights, tomorrow will be the last Saturday of the Cavs season that will preempt us. And then it's smooth sailing. So it's me and Corey Roddick and Pat Butler on Saturday nights. Usually around 10 o'clock, we play a couple hours of nothing but metal. So you can still submit, requests. We'd like to hear what local metal bands are doing. Always like to play local stuff. And otherwise, it's brand new metal. It's a lot of throwbacks. It's your requests. It runs the gamut. You can check out the playlists if you want to get a feel for it. There's a 2 hours to midnight Facebook page, and we also have a page at WMMS.com. So Cavs, Timberwolves, tomorrow night, 9 o'clock is your start here on MMS. Oh, I'm going to sneeze again. I was sneezing in the break. It's a little tickle there in my sinuses. We've got another chance for you to grab some money, by the way, the last keyword of the week for $1,000 in the Buzzard Bookie, about 8 or 9 minutes from now.
Alan, you silly goose. I didn't hear you say anything about the Lamb of God documentary, where it chronicles Randy Blythe getting arrested in the Czech Republic. Have you seen it?
Yeah, that's a good one. I forgot about that. Yeah, that's about 10 years old, too. You really got to be a Lamb of God fan to watch it, otherwise, but this was going to be kind of a straight-ahead documentary, and then Randy Blythe gets incarcerated in the Czech Republic or something because some dude jumped. I forget what it was. He kicked a guy in the head, and then they tried to charge him with manslaughter. I don't remember what it was, but it bankrupted the band. It's called As the Palaces Burn. It's probably 10 years old by now, but thank you. That's a good reminder. That is a great documentary for metal fans in general, but Lamb of God fans more specifically. He was exonerated ultimately, but it really set that band back financially, and they were on top of the world when that was happening. And there was a moment there where they weren't sure that they were going to continue. But hey, anytime I get called a silly goose, thank you for that.
It's an interesting choice.
Mm-hmm. Alan, how ironic that you did not foster the people. Yeah, that was not lost on me. Again, yes, thank you, Greg. Indeed. No, I didn't know that. I didn't know who they were. I just wasn't feeling. I wasn't feeling magnanimous in that way that we were going to have a band crash in our living room.
It's also a pretty big ask.
Well, it was a very good friend of ours, and again, we are the only people that our friends know who live in Cleveland.
Okay.
So anytime, all of our friends are spread out. For a while, most of them were living in Denver, but they've all spread out again. So they're in San Francisco and Chicago and New York, some in Denver, all over the place. But we are the only people that any of them know who live in Cleveland. And so something like that happens here, they go, hey, it hasn't happened for a while because I think, they got the message. But no, it was like I said, we'd only been here a couple of years, so it was like we just had our dog. We haven't had a daughter yet or anything like that. I think we would absolutely say no now. But we didn't consider it a huge ask. It was just like, this isn't really going to work. I don't even know if we were around. I don't know what it was. There was probably, in all honesty, a bigger reason than I just don't want to. Jeff and Hudson, Alan, my 24-year-old daughter and I had a heated discussion about the TikTok ban earlier. Top of the show, we were talking about minus some 11th hour intervention, TikTok's going to go dark on Sunday. I don't see that happening. I think something's going to happen. She said TikTok is an app that allows people from, say, Palestine to post what's going on the ground there. Israel, supported by the U.S., does not want these images shown on the app. And she mentioned that a U.S.-owned social media company could be subpoenaed for information, say, related to abortions that have been posted. See, my thought is always, I understand the notion of people wanting to disseminate their experience in the interest of educating people, right? But my thought is always, nothing on your social media accounts are extracted from you. You always put them there voluntarily. And so for people who are, I understand that there's a limitation of the freedoms that are involved in that. But if I was living in some state where it had been made illegal to get an abortion, you can bet your ass I wouldn't be posting anything about it. Now, I'm a guy, obviously, and that would not be my decision to make. I'm never going to have to contend with that decision. Jeff's like, I hadn't considered that kind of data could be used against women, so those are all really valid points. Those are all valid points. But it's not like you're going to get any, that's why people have a hard time with Zuckerberg. Because these guys, all these rich tech dorks are all bending over and greasing up for Trump. Because these are global companies. They know what side their bread is buttered. So, somebody wrote an article. What was it called? I was reading it this morning. I knew one day that I'd have to watch powerful men burn the world down. I just didn't know they were going to be such losers. Right? Because some people point out, look, if you're a billionaire, you're so insulated by other people. You never know what people are out for. You don't have many real friends. And everyone kind of bends to your will. So you have these people who never really had a lot of friends, tech nerds, who then became billionaires. It was making me think of Elon Musk when we were talking earlier about that survey about parents that are trying to be cool to their kids. Elon Musk is this dude. He's desperate for people to think he's cool. He's not funny. He's not cool. None of these guys are. I understand that they were nerds growing up and now they're super rich and they know that's why people pay attention to them. They do know that deep down. But these guys, for whatever reason, are desperate for people to think they're cool. And I don't understand that. When you have access to creating so many things that could improve people's lives, if you're cool, you don't have to try to convince people that you are. And there could be so many things that could be done on your behalf that people would go, that's a good guy. That's why people like Mark Cuban. Mark Cuban's a billionaire. He's not Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos. But he's, by most accounts, a well-meaning guy. So all these tech nerds now, these billionaires, they're all greasing up and grabbing angle for Trump. Because they're like, well, I can have a lot of influence here. But they know that they're not cool people. There's a reason that you start the Facebook, like Zuckerberg, right? You don't have friends or you don't have a girlfriend or whatever. Well, I'll get you. And I know that's the stereotype, but it also happens to be true. And then the richer you get, the more cynical and suspect you are about everybody around you. That's why there are billionaires, you don't know their names because they're not out there trying to get everybody to think they're cool. You're never going to get there. If you're Elon Musk, you're never going to get to the point where people think you're cool. They put him on Saturday Night Live. He's not funny. Doesn't have a funny bone in his body. He's got 13 kids. There are plenty of women who've let him leave it in. That's fine. I'm sure that they found something interesting about him. I'm sure that he's an interesting person. And I would think that maybe that might be good enough for some people. What's the matter with just being an interesting person? You can't teach somebody how to be funny. It's an innate thing, a sense of humor. And they ain't got it. And that's fine. I just don't know, So you look at these guys, that's the most frustrating thing about these guys, is that it's all based on trolling and revenge and whatever it is, because they're still mad that nobody paid attention to when they were younger. And listen, that's what motivates everybody. I wasn't cool growing up, but I was funny. And I was like, okay, well, this is all I've got. All I've got. And so let's figure out a way to make something out of that. And so that's what I did. That's why I've been able to have a 30-year career in this godforsaken business, because of that. I was never cool. So these guys, very smart people, obviously, very smart people. I just hate to see people who are clearly that intelligent. You kind of envision these evil geniuses like a Lex Luthor type, the archetypes of the evil genius are, people who are like, they're not tweeting people to go F themselves. You know what I mean? Like they might be deadly, but they're wildly intelligent and these guys wield a lot of influence. I don't know. Everybody was dunking on Zuckerberg a couple of weeks ago because of all this bending over to Trump. But what I didn't see anybody talking about, what kind of got lost to me was, he also came out and said that I don't have a doomsday bunker. He's got this massive compound in Hawaii, and underneath it is this 5,000 square foot underground structure. And he is saying it's not a doomsday bunker. Well, of course it is. I don't know why you wouldn't just say, well, yeah, I mean, there's a reason I'm out here in Hawaii, and yeah, I'm really wealthy, and of course I'm going to have this thing. I don't know why he is pretending that's not what it is. First off, Zuck bunker sounds like a sex move, so I don't know if that's what you want to go with. I saw somebody refer to it as a Zuck bunker. I'm like, oh, I tried that in college.
Pulled a hammy.
Yeah, I really did. But listen, Dana White joined the board of Meta. I'm sure it'll be all fine. It'll be just fine. So, yeah, it's just, to me, it's just a bummer that you have all and again, like I said, there are a lot of billionaires. Most of them, you've never heard of them because they want that quiet money. Real power happens behind the scenes. The only reason you know who Zuckerberg and Elon Musk are, I mean, granted, they're very diversified, but Elon Musk is desperate for people to think he's cool. And I wish he would just give that up. I wish that he would, because it takes up so much time in your day that you could be devoting to solutions that could improve people's lives. If you really have that much intellect and you've clearly got that much money, it's disappointing to see those things happen. But we're not going to change them. You thought Facebook was fun before. They're over there pushing right-wing voices are censored. Oh, please. You can't get away from it. That's why your aunt is constantly censored over there on Facebook. You never see anything your crazy aunt posts. But the Zuck bunker. It's down there, even though he's denying it. I got money for you. It's $1,000. It's your last keyword this week, so I hope you win. Courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Bills. That's bills. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Oh, doggy. So we'll start with the keywords again next week. We still have plenty of chances for you to win. Randy Blythe shoved the guy off the stage, and he died months later. Thank you, Todd. That was couldn't put the pieces together on that. Grab her by the Zuck bunker. Right. That's what I'm talking about. I mean, do with that what you will. Hey, Stripper Scott.
Hi, Alan. How are you?
What's up, man? How are you?
I'm surviving. Hi, Rob. Also, I don't want to not say hi. I'm sorry.
What's up, Scott?
Probably. Hi. Oh, gosh, yeah. Yeah, it's depressing.
Wait, Scott, listen. I mean, I always have to ask you, even though I feel stupid asking you how you are, because we can tell from the tone of your voice. But I also am genuinely curious as to the state of the union with you.
It's it could be better, but it could be a lot worse. There's a lot because you think, oh, I have it really bad for people in America, but then you're looking at other countries, you're like, actually, even kind of bad for America is pretty good for most of the world.
Well,
so,
okay, I'm not talking about relative to sub-Saharan Africa. I'm talking about you're living here and you're trying to do your thing here, and I'm curious. Every situation's relative to anything else, but that doesn't mean that you're high on the hog. I was just curious how you're doing. Are you maintaining any level of health?
It's kind of the same as always. It's like, it could be better, but it's just, it's living on ssugar and alcohol and, fat.
Sugar and fat and alcohol.
American,
I mean, so are you shooting for losing a couple of toes or?
No, the alcohol, that's the coping,
No, I understand. You're shooting for a good case of the gout.
I don't think so.
At the very least.
I think that's something you got to be. That's a uric acid and it crystallizes in your.
All right.
Okay.
At the very least, just the squirts, right, Scott?
No, that's any day, dude. Yeah. It could, I don't want to give you TMI, but I could eat an apple or a banana, and that's enough. It's right in the bathroom.
There you go. He's got the liquor scoots.
Just anything, because after they took the gallbladder out 4 years ago, that just kind of threw it all out the window.
Okay.
So now eating is just a hazard. So
the unmitigated gallbladder of this guy.
Yeah.
Is there a diet that you could eat that would not cause that, Scott?
No. Generally, higher fat is bad, but like I said, a piece of fruit does it. What I've noticed in my semi-scientific study over the past 4 years is that the longer it goes between eating, the worse it is. So if you eat early, you sleep, and you get up, and then you eat again, it's like 12, 16, 18 hours later, it's going to be bad. But if you're somehow able to eat a little bit every hour or so, like nibble or graze, then it kind of evens out the waves of high and low bile production, I guess.
Rob, aren't you glad you asked?
Yeah. I'm interested. I want to see Scott. I want
someday
see you
Scott
to call and just be the most joyous, happy guy on the planet.
Yeah.
I pray for that.
Hey, guys, it's Stripper Scott. What's going on, everybody? I'm getting laid this weekend.
That's what I want to hear.
All right.
I don't know why you would sound like that, but that's what we envision, that level of enthusiasm and zest for life, Scott.
That'd be great. I wish, I used to have passion and joy in my life. It's been so long.
But they were $1,000 an hour.
Passion and joy. See, I get it. It took me a second. I got it.
Is the house done, Scott?
No. Living in an attic.
Still up there.
Living in an attic.
Yeah, he told us before the break he was up in his up in the attic. He was having the house redone.
Maybe I thought that was a euphemism. Maybe it's because the air is thinner up there. Maybe that's what's affecting him adversely.
It's a lot of things. It's a whole. I can't get into it on the air.
That's fine. I understand.
I'll give you the whole legal thing.
I was just looking for kind of the broad strokes to make sure that you weren't jumping out of an attic window.
No, I can't even joke about that without getting called into HR. So.
Oh, HR. Oh, well, I didn't realize this was a human resources issue. Okay.
No, that's what happens now. Yeah, so that's if anyone's listening, no, everything's great. Oh boy. But,
well, we all believe you've convinced me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But like you were saying on the before you picked up, a bunch of nerds that were ugly and unpopular in high school. I'm like,
well, I didn't say ugly. I didn't say ugly. I said the reason these guys were motivated for this is because they didn't have friends. That's why they had hours upon hours to develop these things. It's why Elon Musk got hair plugs. I mean, these guys are desperate. Less Zuckerberg to be convincing people that they're cool, but he's out there on a surfboard and he's doing jiu-jitsu. You know, so I realize they've got a lot of more money than anyone would ever know what to do with, but Elon Musk in particular is just desperate for people to think he's funny or cool or whatever, and he couldn't be further from either of them. I got nothing against nerds, man. I mean, listen, I was pretty much one. I was a nerd, but without any of the tech savvy. So I'm the worst off out of all of them.
Yeah, that's how I feel. But what you said about Elon Musk reminded me that I saw. Sorry to come full circle, but when I was in the toilet for an hour today, that Chloe Feynman posted it was on Instagram that I guess Elon Musk said something criticizing SNL. So she's like, hey, I was going to say this, but I'm going to say it now because he made me cry. And she goes on about how like he's flipping through her script and saying it's not funny. And she was like crying. And I'm like, oh, that was mean. I like Chloe Feynman.
I do too, and I feel no one over there at Saturday Night Live should be upset at Elon Musk's opinion on comedy. I can't believe she cried at that. I read the same thing you did, and I can't believe that made her cry. Maybe it was just a bad day in general, but the guy has no sense of any of that. So, again, not his fault, but stop beating us over the head with this notion that you're cool and funny. I don't know why it's not enough to be hyper intelligent and a billionaire. I don't know, I want people to be like Hank Scorpio.
He doesn't have the power. That's what he wants. He wants to be able to say the president of the United States is my best friend. That's what he wants. That's that cool kids club you're talking about.
Yeah.
I saw something a couple days ago that was said something about it. I wish I could remember how it was phrased, but it was like we watched the James Bond movies and we're like, oh, these rich wackos that want to just take over the world, and that never seemed plausible, but now it kind of does. Now it makes sense.
I guess so.
They're all sitting around Dr. Evil's table.
Yeah. Yeah, give me dolphins with lasers or something.
$1 billion.
I'll even take that. All right, listen, Scott, I'm glad that you're hanging in, pal.
Yeah, I just got to survive. Just got to try and one day at a time.
It's all you can do.
Right?
Yep, just like Bonnie Franklin. All right, thank you, Scott.
He spends his money
Stripper Scott.
on naked women. Stripper Scott. Their daddy issues. Give him a boner. Stripper Scott.
I mean, obviously, I feel like I should update that song for current day, but I want it to still be upbeat and joyful and,
I'm telling you, there's going to be a full turnaround someday. He's going to call in, and he's going to just surprise the hell out of us. He's the happiest guy on this earth.
Yeah.
It's coming.
Like he hit on a scratcher or something.
Something happens.
Yeah.
My favorite.
I've got to take a break. If you want to send me a text, 35192, you can watch the show live if you want on our YouTube channel and listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
The playoffs are here.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go, fellas. So let it ride with the Buzzard Bookie. With 9 chances a day every weekday to win $1,000. You can bet any prop, parlay, or point spread without having to hear about it.
And how much did your dumbass lose this time?
Pay your debts, or better yet, make some more bets.
You better not.
When you win $1,000 with the Buzzard Bookie on 100.7 WMMS. Sponsored by Great Clips.
Need a haircut? With the Great Clips app, you can put your name on the list from anywhere and head to the salon when you're up next. Because getting a great haircut shouldn't mean putting your life on hold. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
This Buzzard Weekend is sponsored by Premier Home Pros and QC Kinetics.
Furnace not keeping up?
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Happy New Year and new vehicle from Volkswagen of Streetsboro.
This January, make your New Year's resolution to get an incredible deal on any new vehicle in stock at Volkswagen of Streetsboro, including the Volkswagen Jetta and the versatile Volkswagen Tiguan. Bring your trade to Volkswagen of Streetsboro and get up to $5,000 over Kelley Blue Book toward any new Volkswagen in stock. New year, new you by upgrading your vehicle at VW of Streetsboro. 2025 is also bringing you interest as low as 0.9%. Volkswagen of Streetsboro wants to move our 2024 inventory to make way for 2025's. So now is the time. Bring in your trade to get up to $5,000 over KBB toward any new Volkswagen in stock. Hurry, because inventory is going fast. So bring your trade to Volkswagen of Streetsboro today. Make this new year one to remember at VWofStreetsboro.com. See dealer for details or call him at 330-342-7000.
Hi, welcome to IKEA. How can I help you?
My schedule is crazy. I just want some me time.
We could all use a sanctuary from stress. Why not turn your bedroom into the place to decompress with our selection of comfortable beds, pillows, decor, mood lighting, and so much more? Every time you step in there, it's nothing but me time. I mean, you time.
Sounds like a dream.
Here to make your me time dreams come true. Visit us in-store or at ikea-usa.com/sleep to create a comfy, blissful bedroom today.
Start the new year in a new Kia. We're making deals like never before at Ken Ganley Kia. Keep your cash and buy a new Kia with 0 down and 0% financing. You heard right, 0 down and 0% financing. Make no payments for 90 days. Or sign and drive a new Kia from just $259 lease per month. 0 due at signing, like a 2025 K4. 36 months, 10K miles per year, no security deposit required. Need credit? Our finance specialists want to get you approved and into a new Kia today. We've got over 1,800 Kias in stock and on sale at Ken Ganley Kia in Medina, Mentor, Alliance, and Boardman. Online at KenGanleyKia.com. Tell them McKinsey sent you, because I want to see ya in a Ken Ganley Kia.
KMA rebates assigned to dealers. 0 APR, 48 months, $20.83 per month per 1,000 financed on 24 Sorrento, 90-day deferred through Ally Bank, plus tax, tag, title, and doc fee on approved. Credit through KMF expires 2/3/25.
Hey there, it's Alan for Northeast Factory Direct. If you're looking for the intersection in your home of comfort and style and technology, nothing like getting brand new motion furniture to take your spot to the next level. I'm talking about power recliners with built-in speakers, or a sectional with power headrests, or a sofa with lumbar support, phone chargers, hidden pockets, maybe even a cooler. Northeast Factory Direct has them all, and you're going to pay way less than you would elsewhere. Brand new piece of furniture you're going to love for years to come. They're in stock, ready for immediate delivery. Get to northeastfactorydirect.com to check out the whole collection.
To understand what makes Diamonds Direct so different than other jewelry stores, you have to go back 60 years, when a diamond cutter became well known for his exceptional craftsmanship. His diamond cutting business flourished for decades. Then his sons got involved and started selling these exceptional diamonds to upscale jewelry stores here in America. After a few years, these wholesalers decided to change the game and started selling these precious diamonds direct to the public at the same prices they had sold to the jewelry stores. The no middle
third.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
$35192 if you want to send me a text. We'll get to what we learned this week briefly before we get out of here. No medal show tomorrow night. It'll be the last time this season that we get preempted by the Cavaliers, but they are playing the Minnesota Timberwolves 9 o'clock tomorrow night. Our medal show usually airs Saturday nights at 10. It's called 2 hours to midnight. And if you're a metal fan, hopefully you have joined us. We're coming up on 2 years of the show this spring. Me and Corey Roddick and Pat Butler, who essentially represent the trifecta of heavy metal fans here at iHeart Cleveland. And so every Saturday night, we'll be back live next Saturday night at 10. Every Saturday night, we roll out 120 minutes of metal in all of its forms, in all of its beautiful, ugly, grimy forms. New stuff, throwbacks, local metal, your requests, whatever it is. So that'll be back next Saturday night. The Weekend Cox, that's still going to happen Sunday morning if you are up early or getting home really, really late. It's 8 a.m. to 10. It is 2 hours, the best stuff from the week. How do we do it? I don't know. But we do it. A woman calls, and again, this is, I know that this happens with some frequency. This was in England, where they tell women to call and order a pizza, and that's like coded for domestic violence. Have you ever heard of this?
I have not.
Where women will, I don't know if there's an official thing, like when you go to a bar, there are codes. Like if I need an angel shot, that was a code for a long, long time. That was your kind of message to the bartender. There's a dude who's bothering me. And then there will be a little bit back and forth. They do that now with 911 too, or 999 is what they have overseas, where somebody will call and say, I'd like a pizza delivery. And I think if the person, the dispatcher, is savvy enough to know what's going on, they ask them a couple of questions, and then they're able to ascertain that this person doesn't really want a pizza. She's having a hard time with somebody.
Hello, police. What's the emergency?
Pizza delivery.
Pizza delivery? Do you require pizza delivery or do you require the police? If it's the police, say yes.
Yes.
Is the person that's scaring you at the property now?
Yes.
No problem, police are coming, okay? If he threatened to hurt you, tell me pepperoni. If he threatened to hurt the children, tell me cheese.
Pepperoni.
Okay, the police will be with you very, very shortly, okay?
And so it works out. I would just imagine that anybody who calls and says pizza delivery in England knows it's a domestic violence call. No one's ordering pizza in England. You're not supposed to boil this. They actually have pretty good pizza in some places over there. And so, and it happens with 911 over here too. They'd be like, I'd like a, if you're, and over there they promote this. I don't know if they promote it here. They're like, if you're in danger, call 999. And even if you have to whisper to the operator, so both sides know what's going on. You might be asked to cough or tap the keys on your phone. So I guess it's really up to the whims of the dispatcher to create that little code with you, that little language. Because you could really, obviously in a situation like this, time is of the essence. But you could really play around with somebody. You call 999.
If he has a knife, say thin crust.
Thin crust.
If he has a gun, say garlic butter crust.
Garlic butter crust.
If he has brown hair, say half pineapple, half green pepper.
Half pineapple, half green pepper.
Does he has blonde hair, say half order of cheesy dippers.
I don't need those.
If he has tattoos, say no mushrooms, add a 2 liter of Coke.
No mushrooms.
I mean, they could go in a lot of different directions. By the end of it, you're like, man, a pizza sounds really good right now.
Just hear the guy yell from, Jesus Christ, how much food are you ordering?
Yeah.
It's only the two of us.
Yeah. But over there, it's like, can I get brown sauce and prawn? I'd like extra dry crust, brown sauce and prawn.
And Spam.
Ooh. Yeah, so that's good. They get out there and they help the woman. And
I knew there was like a hand thing that people can do. Like there's some symbol that you make in the car and people know that means something.
Oh, really? Like if you're in a car and you see someone? I mean, we should all be hip to what that symbol is.
I don't remember. I think it might have something, like you hide your thumb or there's something. I know I saw a video on it. Hand signal.
Like a middle finger?
Nope.
Because you don't want to do that like white power okay thing because then they'll just keep driving.
Hand signal for distress. Yeah, It's this. You put your thumb
in your fist.
In your fist.
Ah.
Yeah.
Well, we should all know that because on the off chance you're near a car and the lady's doing that, you want to know what's happening.
What if the person doesn't have a thumb and they're just like, "Grr, you son of a bitch."
Right, that's what I'm saying.
You have to make sure they're okay.
Yeah, it could be road rage. It could be somebody who's in dire straits.
It says, hold your hand up with the palm facing outward, tuck your thumb into your palm, and then wrap the other fingers over your thumb. That's the distress hand signal.
Really?
Yeah.
All right. Maybe a lot of people know this. I've never heard this. Maybe we're late to the game. I've never heard this.
I knew it existed. I just didn't know what it was. Now
we know.
I'm that much wiser.
Yeah. That's good. Cavs, I mentioned, are in Minnesota tomorrow night. They're going to play the Timberwolves after getting beaten by 20 in Oklahoma City by the Thunder last night. So both those teams now, Cavs and Thunder, tied for number 1 in the league, 34-6. Timberwolves are a little north of 500, middle of the pack, if you'll pardon the pun. Cavs, Timberwolves tomorrow night in Minneapolis, 9 p.m. tip-off on WMMS. Speaking of Minnesota, they just got themselves the Guinness World Record for the largest ice maze.
Oh, boy.
They have broken a 15-year-old record. This is 18,148 square feet of an ice maze at the Minnesota Ice Festival. I mean, I guess you got to be in there for something if you're in Minnesota. The record has been held since 2010 by the city of Buffalo, New York. You know, when you're Buffalo, you're looking for everything that you can add into your plus column. They're like, we got Wings and the Bills, and now we have an ice maze record. And if you're smart, you'll just get out of here and go to Toronto. So they started building this thing on December the 1st, and it will be open through February the 16th. If you're one of our bureau chiefs in Minneapolis, maybe you already know about this. If you're planning a trip, this is technically in Eagan, Minnesota. It's probably in the middle of nowhere. 3,452 blocks of ice, each of which weighed about 425 pounds. And then you have the Guinness Book come out to imagine you're the person who is tasked with that. You work for Guinness, right? You just wanted the job to drink beer. And then they're like, we're going to put you on our world record confirmation travel team.
And that sounds fun. Where am I going?
I know. Sometimes it's fun. You're like, oh, I have to go to Topeka to watch this dog pop 100 balloons in 60 seconds. So you're going to have, you're never going to pay for dinner again. You're going to have amazing stories. But sometimes they're like, you got to go to Eagan, Minnesota to measure this ice maze. And you're like, oh, okay.
That's what I mean. You get that job and you're all excited. You're like, oh, maybe I'll get to go to Hawaii to do something or these beautiful islands. And they send you to Eagan, Minnesota in the winter.
Right. You're like,
low man gets that job.
Why is everybody in Hawaii slacking? What, you guys, they're surrounded by natural beauty. That's why they don't need to do anything, some dumb world record. Hawaii is trying to keep people out.
Right.
They don't want more people coming in. They're like, yeah, we're good. We're okay. What, biggest poo-poo platter? Nobody cares about that.
We're such an outdoor group, and, we embrace the winter, and we enjoy it. And so it was really cool to bring this record, to Minnesota, and hopefully we'll break it again.
Ooh, you hear that song?
Was that How Much I Feel by Ambrosia?
We're such an outdoor group, and, we embrace the winter and we enjoy it. And so it was really cool to bring this record, to Minnesota, and hopefully we'll break it again.
I was crapping all over this thing. Now I want to go.
Yeah. Ironic song, since it's so goddamn cold there, you can't feel anything. But okay. I got a brand new one here from Ambrosia. I remember my grandma used to make the salad. Pineapple and coconut, marshmallow. Now it's a brand new band.
How Much I Feel?
How Much I Feel from Ambrosia. These guys are still around, right? These guys were like the quintessential 70s LA band. And there's the Eagles too, but these guys had a bunch of hits. Ambrosia. They had 5 number ones in 5 years. They had this, Biggest Part of Me. Remember that one? You're the Only Woman. Yeah, man, these are good. This is one of those bands that had people going in and out of it from other bands. Like Bruce Hornsby has gone out with them, and Michael McDonald would sit in with them, and Alan Parsons from the Alan Parsons Project. I wonder why this was playing at the Minnesota Ice Festival.
That's what makes it cool. They're like, hey, listen, we could play anything in the world, but we only play Ambrosia up in this bitch. That's it.
Oh, they only play Ambrosia. Oh, wow.
Yep.
Imagine that.
That's it.
Yeah. We only play Ambrosia out here.
It's like 80s Joel and Step Brothers.
We're playing Biggest Part of Me from, they have a schedule. Hey, if you're coming out to the Minnesota Ice Festival, we have an Ambrosia schedule. No, we couldn't get them to play live because they said we're an LA band and F that. We're not coming to Eagan, Minnesota. Just to serenade your dumb ice maze, but thanks for the invite. And these guys would open for like Fleetwood Mac and the Doobies and,
See, then again, they probably couldn't play this. The music's so sexy, it'll just melt the maze.
I guess so, right?
It's all that
passion. Why did this become puddles on the ground? We're playing like
Too
goddamn
much Ambrosia.
Yeah.
Turns out you can only do 3 days of straight Ambrosia before stuff melts.
That's right. How about that world record? How many hours can you play Ambrosia and nothing melts?
Want to try? During our cold snap, let's give it a shot. Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, nothing but Ambrosia on the buzzard.
Why don't we take those outdoor speakers here on the outside the lobby of iHeart Cleveland and just blast some Ambrosia, see what that does to the slush?
How are people going to get their daily dose of the Bloom Daddy show if you do that?
Is that what's on out there?
I think so. I don't know.
Well, I told them early on, I go, I don't want to be on those speakers, so I made it very clear I didn't want any part of that.
Judgment from that 3 seconds of walking by you and you're talking about queefing.
That is right. I was walking by and I heard a young man. I'm upping myself, young man. I heard somebody discussing queefs. I don't even know what that is. I know I don't like it. Oh, man, I'll tell you what. These scratch me right where I itch. This wasn't part of that Yacht Rock documentary, but...
Oh, it's so good.
Biggest Part of Me, How Much I Feel, You're the Only Woman, Holding On to Yesterday. Yeah. Yeah, so these guys had a hot half decade, like 75 to 80.
Band is so tight,
too. The world kind of changed around them, but they still go out. They're still out there. They're all very old, but they are out there. Joe Puerta and Burley Drummond and Chris North, they are all still out there. And they've had a variety of guys. You know what? They were in that Yacht Rock documentary because they were talking to David Pack, who's like a big, chubby guy now, but he was the original singer. He was the lead vocalist for Ambrosia. He was in there for a cup of coffee. That HBO Yacht Rock documentary.
I still haven't seen it.
Oh, it's so good. Yeah, it's so good.
I keep forgetting about it. We talk about it and then I forget.
Well, he had a big falling out because the rest of the band was going out without him and saying that he was gonna sing. And then, like, I don't know. So he's like, this band's lying to people. I'm not singing, and, you know. Anyway, playing Ambrosia in the background there of the Minnesota Ice Festival maze. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. We've got bureau chiefs there. My former home for almost a decade. It's pretty rare that it's usually a woman at the center of these kinds of things, but they got a woman who they arrested her, a 64-year-old woman there in Pittsburgh who hired a couple of kids to shovel her driveway and then proceeded to sexually assault them.
Whoa.
She paid 2 kids $5 to shovel her driveway. And when the cops got there, she gave them booze and then molested them. Just a couple of neighborhood boys. When the cops got there, they were 12 and 13, and the cops were like, they were clearly drunk. They were speaking gibberish, and they told the police that their neighbor lady had just gotten them drunk and touched them. The woman called the cops because she said she was being burgled. So maybe somebody else called because when the cops got there, she's like, I don't know what you're talking about.
I think maybe it was all a misunderstanding because she told him she'd give them clams. I'll give you both 5 clams.
Yeah, 5 clams. How about that? Yeah. I'll give you a fin. A fin gets you in. How about that? They separated the boys, and they both gave very similar accounts of what happened. They were just walking down her street, and she offered them $5 apiece to shovel her driveway. She said she invited them. They said she invited them in for hot chocolate. And when they got inside, offered them alcohol. The boys both drank it. They were drunk. And then they said that the woman put her leg on top of theirs and tried to touch them in a sexual way. They tried to get out of there. One of the boys realized that he forgot his coat. It was about that time that the cops showed up. She denied all of it. I didn't invite him into my home. But then they found the boy's jacket on her couch next to a half-empty bottle of vodka.
Damn.
One of the boys wisely ended up taking a video surreptitiously of her touching the other boy's arm and shoulder. So she has been arrested for that. But I hope it doesn't ruin the Pittsburgh snow shovel, which is one of my favorite sexual positions. I hope that these headlines don't ruin that. I'll continue to do it, but, I'm positively evangelical about letting other people know, right? It's a good one. You and your woman or guy, you're buck naked, you're back to back. You bend over, she reaches back between her legs, pulls you forward, and then the Pittsburgh snow shovel.
Where do you send the snow?
It's in any direction you want. As long as there's Ambrosia playing, you'll get there in about 35 seconds. Oh, it's a scene, man. It's pretty good.
The Alan Cox Show asks, anyone? So, what did we learn this week? Anyone?
All right, we have to discuss what we've learned on the show this week. In the hopes that maybe the people listening might have accidentally stumbled into something interesting.
Correct.
That's the best we can hope for. What did you learn this week?
Well, the first thing I learned, Alan, was that we're taking show field trips to Japan and to Norway because they're number 1 for big boobs.
Yeah, they are. Okay. Rob wants nothing to do with a burro ride into the Grand Canyon. And if anything happens to his family, he'll catch up with them later.
Correct.
Yeah.
I also learned, Alan, that farting in front of your spouse is totally okay as long as it happens during sex.
Oh, right. The guy called about the sex farts.
Mm-hmm.
And he was very nonchalant about it.
Yeah, he just kept saying sex fart.
He's like, sometimes it happens.
Rips ass.
Sometimes it happens.
It's fantastic.
What else did we learn? We learned about the, if you're going to drive that planter's nutmobile, you got to be really, really careful. You don't want to have a busted nutmobile out there. And they're looking for drivers. You got to go to that planter's website, and you might be behind the wheel there.
I learned that we are creating an Alan Cox Show drink called the Labia Roller Coaster.
I'm so happy about that. Yep. I learned quite accidentally, I think we all did, how utterly hilarious drop kicking a baby can be. We hadn't really thought about it before, but people really seem to enjoy that.
Drop kick a baby.
Baby, when you walk in the door, stole all the waffles, called your mama whore.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
That's all I learned, Alan.
Yeah, that's all I learned, too. So there you go. That's what we learned this week, and perhaps we'll learn something a bit more next week. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe, maybe not. The future is unwritten, just like that song says. All right, we're going to go. Thank you guys very much for hanging out. No medal show tomorrow night. We're getting postponed one last time this season by the Cleveland Cavaliers. That's a 9 o'clock tip-off tomorrow night in Minneapolis against the T-Wolves. But Sunday morning, bright and early, 8 a.m., the week in Cox. That never changes. Sunday mornings, 8 to 10, 2 hours, the best stuff from the week. Where can people find you wasting time on social media, Rob?
WMMS Rob on Instagram.
And I'm Alan Cox Show on your social media platforms. If you listen to us on the iHeartRadio app, the show will be available there for you in its entirety within the hour. If you prefer to watch the show, just go to our YouTube channel. Today's and all the past shows are there. And you can leave messages on the app. If you want to drop voicemails, the After Hours line is 216-986-8903. Email me for anything else, alan@alancockshow.com. You need stickers, drop messages, whatever it is. And the Corey Roddick Experience is on the way. You're in good hands. Speaking of whom, after the week in Cox on Sunday mornings, he hosts Hair of the Dog, right?
Yes, he does.
Right after. And that's like all that sleazy 80s stuff?
A full hour of hair and sleaze.
Beautiful. All right, good. Thanks, guys. Talk to you again next week. Have a good weekend. Do something dangerous. And Corey's next. I will see you in hell.
And now I must leave you as the Brady Bunch is on, and I find 4 of those children incredibly arousing. Get out of here.
Be careful of what you say. Be careful in every way. Be careful of what you do. Big Brother is watching you. Be circumspect and discreet. Stay light on your mental feet. One slip and you know you're through. Big Brother is watching you. Conform with all directives. Remember, obedience pays.